Advocate Siminya.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. The order we are proposing to have today is to recall Mr. Poppy just for a limited time. There are just some discrepancies maybe that he would want to clarify. And then would have group legal as the next witness. The anticipation is a little later, maybe in the afternoon, we will have the city manager. And should it become necessary, we would then do some post-mortem reports in between or at the end. With your leave, Chair, may I call Mr. Poppy again?
Yes.
Good morning to you again, Mr. Poppy. Give us your full names.
Good morning, Advocate. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Give us your full names again.
My name is Patrick Poppy.
Do you swear the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya.
Madam Chair, good morning to you. Good morning,
Yes.
Madam Commissioner. Madam Chair and Madam Commissioner, for orientation purposes, in the witness bundle of the COJ statements, we are on page 518. It is the further witness statement of Mr. Poppy.
518.
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Poppy, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
For the purposes of the record, can you kindly confirm again where you are employed and the position that you hold?
I'm employed by the City of Johannesburg. I'm the Executive Director for the Department of Human Settlements. In essence, I'm the head of the department.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Zungu.
Lamuhla ke fakazi ngubabe Patrick Poppy ufungisiwe ke washo ukuthi la bufakazi kadabutfula buliqiniso wabese ke ummeli ucela ukuthi siye ekhasini 518 lokustatimende la kile babe Poppy wasiletha ngaphambilini wase umcela ukuthi aphindze futhi akhumbude iCommission ukuthi kepha usebenza kuphi uvetile ukuthi ungu director noma usikhulu sale dolobha lase Johannesburg uphindze futhi abe ngumholi ngaphansi kwelitiko lo human resettlement noma tenhlalo.
Thank you. Mr. Poppy, it's not contentious. I'd just like to record that you do disclose in paragraph 3 that on the 6th of March, you were before the Commission and you gave oral testimony.
I do confirm that I was here.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 4 of your statement, you say there is a building that you made reference to on 6 March. And can you just explain to the chairperson what is the name of the building and the context in which you referred to that particular building?
The building that I referred to is Remington Court. The building is in the inner city. And the building, why I referred to the building, was a series of court orders that, or judgments that were effected by the court. And because we could not relocate or find alternative accommodation on time, the acting city manager at the time was held in contempt, and we had to find space to relocate people to. And the other issue why I referred to it was that it's difficult for us to find alternative accommodation, and hence it took us time for us to relocate these beneficiaries. And after a period of at least 3 years, we managed to relocate the families. So it was not immediate after the contempt of court.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. Mrs. Zungu.
Uyabuta ke ummeli umuntu wecala kwekuthi ngamhla ka-6 March estatementini sakhe babe Poppy ku paragraph 3 wake wakhuluma ngelibhilidi lelithidi ucela aphindze asikhumbude ukuthi kepha ngiliphi elibhilidi lelo. Uyaveta ke babe Poppy uthi libhilidi litfolakala la edolobheni eJozi iRemington Court. Shuthi wakhuluma ngalelibhilidi leli ngeza futhi ekucala lesithi wakhuluma ngalo ngoba bekukhona sinqumo lebesiphuma enkantolo lebesithi mhlawumbe aba relocate noma bafake khona bamvu labathide. Sesibili kwekuthi ngeza futhi kwekuthi lobe kalibukile lelibhidi ngaleso sikhathi leso futhi ngenza base ukuthi bekude kahle isikhathi bazama kufuna bamvu lebe kumele bazuze ngalo lelibhidi lelo ketha bangabapholi ngiko akhulume ngalo.
Thank you, Ms. Zungu. Mr. Pope, you then go on in paragraph 5 of your statement, and it's not contentious again. You explain that you've been requested to come back to the commission to give information in respect of Remington Court. Can you explain, in your understanding, the context in which that request is made by the commission?
The context was made in a sense that I had to give information in so far as how and what the building was supposed to, why we're supposed to evacuate the building, because of it's one of the bad buildings and it was in a dangerous situation. And as far as our chief has indicated that we had to locate the people to avoid disaster or occurrences that might affect the beneficiaries who are occupying the building.
Okay. Umbuto olandzelako ke uthi njengoba babe Poppy acela iCommission ukuthi lithe locacisa kwekuthi noma cacise kabandi mayelana naleli bhilidi le Remington leli. Uyacacisa ke babe uthi kahle kahle bakhuluma sikukhulunywa ngaleli bhilidi ngeza futhi kwekuthi kubangelwe yini futhi kungani kwekuthi badzinge kwekuthi bamvu labahlala lapha baphume phecelezi baba evacuate babakhiphe. Uthi kungeza futhi kwekuthi leli bhilidi lela linebungoti thide. Ngako lobungoti lobu ngahle butheleleke kulabamvu labahlala kiko sokunesidingo sokuthi baye bafune batfole bese labamvu bayabakhipha.
Very well, Mr. Poppy. In paragraph 7 and beyond, you then give a contextual background in respect of the building. At the outset, please advise the commission who owns the building, Remington Court.
Remington Court is owned by Nulani Investments, which is a private entity. So it's a privately owned building. It's not the city's owned building.
All right. And insofar as you say, during 2012, the entity, Nulani, then instituted an eviction application. How did the city become involved?
As the city, we are the last sphere of government. And before people are evicted or taken out of buildings, we are cited as the city to provide alternative accommodation. That's how the city got involved in terms of Remington Court, because we had to find space or accommodation for people who were going to be displaced.
All right. Ms. Zungu.
Uyaqhubeka umeli uthi ucela babe Poppy ukuthi achaze nje kabandi ngemvelo noma ngemvelaphi noma ngokuba khona kwalesakhiwo ukuthi mhlawumbe sabani noma ngibani umnikati waso. Uyaveta ke babe Poppy uthi sisakhiwo umnikati walesakhiwo ngumnyulani investment lokusho ukuthi akusiso sakhiwo selidolobha laseJozi. Umbuto olandzelako ke uyaveta ukuthi kepha ke nga 2012 lidolobha laseJozi lambandzakanyeka uma kubuya ekuthenini lesakhiwo lesi kunebamvu labakhona khona futhi njengoba beselingasasilo ledolobha kwafike kanjani lapho. Uyaveta ke uthi babe Poppy njengoba nje bona balapha edolobheni bona baye bangene ekuthenini uma ngabe lesakhiwo sesithengisiwe sasasizwe edolobha nase labamvu bathatha manje lesakhiwo kubasabo labamvu labahlala kuyiso ke noma labahlali kuleso sakhiwo kufuna bese babatfolela indzawo lapho bangabese babakhipha babafaka khona so bona ke bambanza kanyekela ngaleyo ndlela leyo.
Thank you, Ms. Zungu. Mr. Poppy, you say that there was an order granted on 20 February 2020 with reference to paragraph 8 of your statement. Can you just explain what the court ordered insofar as the city was concerned?
The court ordered that the city had to do an enumeration or assessment of the occupants in the building to assess whether those occupants are meant to be afforded accommodation by the city, meaning that if somebody earns or a family earns below 3,500, the city has to provide alternative accommodation for those beneficiaries. But if they earn above that, then they are able to find accommodation for themselves, and they are not going to be the responsibility of the city. So as the court had, we had to file a report, meaning that we need to give information of who are the occupants and in terms of their income levels and whether they're able to find accommodation for themselves or they need to be assisted.
Uyaqhubeka ke futhi ummeli uyabuta umuntu olenzelako uthi nga 2020 kwaba khona isicondziso lesiphuma enkantolo mayelana nebamfu bahlala kulesakhiwo lesa ingabe uthini awucacisa uyaveta ke ofakazi ukuthi lesicondziso besiphuma enkantolo lesi besithi akube khona kuncepheteliswa nekwekuthi kuhlolisiswe ukuthi labamfu labahlala kulesakhiwo lesa basima kanjani waveta ukuthi lapha bekucaciswe ukuthi uma ngabe labahlali njengoba basebenza bahola imali lenga 3,000 rand noma ngephansi kumele ukuthi lidolobha libafunele indzawo labatawuhlala kiyo kepha uma ngabe bahola imali lengetulu kwa 3,000 labo bahlali labo kufuna batifunele bona indzawo so bona ke njengedolobha bahamba bayohlolisisa lapha kwaba ne report labayihlanganisako lekhombako ukuthi bangakhi bamvula bahola ngephansi kwa 3,000 noma 3,000 futhi bangakhi bamvula bahola ngetulu labangakhona ukuthi batimele futhi bangakhi laba semahlombe elidolobha.
Thank you, Ms. Zuma. Mr. Pope, was the audit then completed? That's one. And two, kindly explain to the Commission whether there was agreement between the parties as to the findings of the audit.
We conducted the audit, but I think the occupants of the building and their representatives did not agree in terms of the process or the number of people or the list that we had. So the team was from the city was then requested to engage with affected parties so that the process can be restarted, so that everybody is included within the space or within the audit that we had conducted. So we had to go back and negotiate and agree in terms of how we're going to conduct the audit so that we can cater for everyone.
Umbuto olandzelako uyabuta ummeli ukuthi ingabe akasivetele ukuthi njengoba bekunelicwaningo labalenda kulabahlali labahlala lapha balenda kanjani balicedza yini futhi sivumelana noma sijubo labafika kiso sithini uyaveta ke fakazi ukuthi akuzange kwaze kwafika ekugcineni kahle ngeza futhi ukuthi bamvula bebahlala lapha kanye nalabanye labe babamele abazange baze bavumelana naloko lebe bakutfolile njengoba bendalicwaningo kwaze kwafika sigabenze ukuthi badinga sibabuye bacalele phansi manje bakhona ukuthi bafake bonke bamfu labahlala lapha bonke babacwaninge noma babahlolisisise bakhe futhi ireport lenje.
Thank you, Ms. Zuma. Mr. Pope, in your statement and paragraph 9, you referred to a meeting that was held between the parties on 9 November 2022. Can you just highlight for the chair what was agreed at that meeting?
The agreement in that meeting was that the occupants felt that they should not be relocated from the building because of they did not want to move anywhere else. And the city had to give proof or provide proof that the building is not safe or is inhabitable. And we then initiated a process where we confirmed that the city would do an assessment through an engineer to find out whether the building is safe or should be condemned.
Uyaqhubeka futhi ummeli ucela ukuthi fakazi asicacise ukuthi emagama akhe la tfolakala ku paragraph 12 ebufakazini bakhe la kapfula mhla ka9 la katfula khona ukuthi kwaba khona umhlangano emkhathisini kwabo njengedolobha kanye nebahlali lokaba khona mhla ka9 enyangeni yesi11 2022 ukuthi bavumelana ngani uyacacisa ke fakazi uthi mabafika lapha kwafola kulomhlangano lo kwafola ukuthi labamvu labahlala kulesakhiwo lesi abafuni kuphuma njengoba bangafuni kuphuma sobona ke njengedolobha bazama ukuthi babakhombise iproof noma ubufakazi bekokuthi lesakhiwo labahletikiso asikafanele ukuthi bahlale kiso futhi asikaphephi kangangokuba babatshela ukuthi kutawuba khona njinela lotawubuya atohlolisisa ngebuchwephesha bakhe abese uyabakhombisa ukuthi nembala lesakhiwo vele asikavumeleki noma asikakulungele ukuthi bahlale kiso asikaphephi.
Thank you, Ms. Zungu. Mr. Pope, in paragraph 10, you then explain the processes that were undertaken in the same month of November 2022. Can you just highlight, for context, what were those steps that were taken?
The department then took a decision to appoint an engineer to assess the building, whether it's safe, habitable for people to live in. We received a report that indicated that the building was condemned, but in the same token, we had also asked EMS to assess the building, whether it's safe, habitable, as a separate investigation so that we can get to a conclusion that gives evidence that the building is safe or not safe. But EMS came with their own report as well that indicated that the building should be condemned. It's not safe for people to live in.
Umuntu olandzelako uyacela ummeli ukuthi acacise futhi fakazi ukuthi njengoba avetile ukuthi kunetinyathelo letathathwa ngalo November 2022 kuhlolisisa ukuthi lesakhiwo ingabe vele sisesimeni lesinjani lesikahle ukuthi kungahlala abantu. Uyaphemvula fakazi uthi litiko lakhe ngaphansi kwale dolobha lakhipha njinela lo mcwephesha noma lo ngcweti yelwati ekuhlolisiseni isakhiwo wasihlola ke lesakhiwo lesa ukuthi ingabe vele siphephile yini futhi siyafaneleka ukuthi bamvu bangahlala kuso. Waveta ke umbiko lokuthi cha akufanele ukuthi bahlale lapha asikaphephi. Bachubekela phambili ekuthinini bafunze bacele EMS kuthi naye ento lokufanayo nembala EMS naye wasihlolisisa sakhiwo wabuya nereport lefana nako ukuthi cha lesakhiwo lesi asikakulungela ukuthi kungahlala khona bamvu. Babese ke sabafika eqhethweni ukuthi vele lesakhiwo asikulungela ukuthi bamvu bangahlala kuso.
Thank you, Ms. Zungu. Mr. Pope, you then explain in paragraph 11 that after the passage of some time, with nothing further having taken place, there were contempt of court proceedings instituted. Can you just explain the context of those proceedings?
The issue was that since 2020, when the judgment was ordered by the court for the city to provide alternative accommodation or to evacuate people living in that building, the owner then felt that time has passed and the city has not taken action purely because of the activities that we had to do with the affected beneficiaries and confirmation of the list and everything else. But the owner went back, threatened to go back to court to indicate that the city is in contempt and therefore the city should be found to have violated a court order, and they did not honor it. And we then had to engage and find a suitable alternative to go to court and agree or request that we be given time to evacuate the affected beneficiaries because of their processes that we had to undergo.
Uyaqhubeka ke futhi ummeli ucela fakazi ukuthi acacise ukuthi kwendekani njengemagama akhe la ku paragraph 11 ukuthi ngemva kokuba kuphume isijubo sasenkantolo kubonakala ngazuthi kude lokwendeka. Uyaveta ke fakazi uthi lo muntu bekathengele sakhiwo noma lo mnikati lo wesakhiwo waba nemiva yekwekuthi abakasilandzeli izikonzo senkantolo ngeza futhi ukuthi solo kunebamvu labalapha kulesakhiwo abakakhishwa lokusho ukuthi idolobha laseJozi kahle kahle selifeyilile noma selihlulekile kwenda njengoba inkantolo ishito. Njengoba ke abuyele enkantolo ayoveta lemiva yakhe le idolobha laseJozi ke labe selinalo liya enkantolo lafike lacela isikhathi ukuthi bacela mane babangede lesikhathi sekwekuthi balungise njengoba kufanele ukuthi bamvu babakhiphe kulesakhiwo lesiya.
Thank you, Ms. Zungu. You said there were processes, Mr. Pope, you've said there were processes that needed to be undertaken from a city's perspective, and you also refer then to a meeting that was held on 9 June 2023. Kindly explain what was discussed at that meeting.
The issue that was discussed at that meeting was that the city would ask other spheres of government for assistance in terms of funding to be able to buy land or to buy buildings so that we are able to relocate the families or the affected beneficiaries within that building. So the application was made to the National Department of Human Settlements for them to assist us in terms of evacuating the affected beneficiaries.
Uyaqhubeka ummeli ucela fakazi ukuthi acacise ukuthi njengoba avetile ukuthi kunetinyathelo lebekudinga ukuthi batithathe ngaphambi kokuba bakhiphe labamvu kulesakhiwo lesa kahle kahle ngiko lokwenda ukuthi bangakhoni bakhipha ngesikhathi. Acacise ukuthi njengoba letinyathelo leti tithini letinyathelo noma tiyini njengoba kwaba nemhlangano bativeta nga 9 June Uyaveta ke fakazi kwekuthi njengedolobha laseJozi kwadingeka kwekuthi bacele noma bafake ticelo ema-application ekwekuthi bavete letinye takhiwo lapho khona bangafutha labamfu babasuse ngalana babafake ngala. So lokhu ke bakufaka esicelweni seka human resettlement noma lababuke tenhlalo.
Thank you, Ms. Zungu. Mr. Poppy, kindly just highlight when was the application made, one, and two, what is the status of the application? In other words, what has been communicated by the National Department of Human Settlements?
The application was made in July of 2023. Even though the department has not formally given us funding, they indicated that we can use some of the resources that are within our grants, for instance, the UISPG, to reprioritize that to be able to relocate the affected beneficiaries without being allocated additional funding.
Uyaqhubeka ke umeli ucela ke manje ukuthi asichazele fakazi ukuthi njengoba athi bafaka isicelo ku human resettlement noma kube tenhlalo sisikuphi manje isigaba sekusiphi isigaba fekuthi sebasiphasisile yini noma sebazivumele ukuthi kwendeke njengoba bacelile. Uyaveta ke fakazi ukuthi bakwenda lokho ngaJuly 2003 bafaka lesicelo. Kepha ke mabafaka isicelo abazange baze babanika imali kwathiwa kude imali kunaloko bathi abasebenzise imali yabo le kubo njengelitiko njengedolobha laseJozi kwekuthi lelingaphansi kwalesikhwama iUIS basebenzise yona ekuthutheni labantu bababeke etindzaweni letehlukahlukene bona njenge human resettlement abanayo imali ababanikanga.
Thank you, Ms. Zungu. Mr. Poppy, you had already testified that you've made alternative plans for alternative accommodation. Can you just explain for the record so that we have it clear that despite the fact that there's not been a substantive response from the National Department of Human Settlements, have you moved the occupants and to what space?
We have moved the occupants to a former JMPD compound which was bought that should have relocated or for vehicles that are impounded were going to be housed there. And then we requested JMPD to use the compound for us to be able to settle or relocate the affected families. We then relocated the families to Denver, where we have resettled the people using structures of a temporary nature to make them live there.
Uyaqhubeka ke umeli uthi ucela ukuthi achaze ukuthi njengoba estatementini sakhe ukile waveta ukuthi kunetindlela letinye ke manje labatitfola noma emachinga labawenda ekuthenini babasuse labamvu babathuthele endzaweni leni ingabe ikanjani lendzawo noma ikuphi noma futhi kunjalo yini. Uyaveta fakazi uthi yebo kunjalo babathutha abantu labanye babathuthela esakhiweni lebe kusakhiwo seJMPD ngaphambilini shuthi lesakhiwo lesi iJMPD beyisebenzisa ukuthi igcine timoto noma tinqola lebe ba impoundile lephecelekile abathi bathathe indlela tsite kubamvu kepha ke bakhona ukuthi bathuthele bantu leso sakhiwo leso labanye ke bamvu noma imindeni lebe ibe nekhulubeteka indlela tsite bakhulile ukuthi yona ke bayithathe bayoyibeka eDenver ke kusho ukuthi khona indzawo labafike khona bakhatakhiwo letingasito takhiwo leti permanent pheceleti noma leti takhiwo leseticinile ukuthi bangahlala khona impilo yabo konke kepha ke kwanyalo letakhiwo lethu khona ukuthi tibahlalise bamvu lapha eDenver.
Thank you, Ms. Zungu. Mr. Poppy, just for the sake of conclusiveness, what is the state of the building? Meaning, has there been any engagement between the city and the property owner as to what is to happen to the building currently?
The building was evacuated. The building was handed over to the owner, and the Chief's team advised that they are finalizing a lease agreement so that a service level agreement with the owner for them to be able to rehabilitate and ensure that the building is not re-invaded, which would take us back to a ground zero situation where we have to now provide for additional families. So the owner has taken responsibility of the building to make sure that it's rehabilitated for what its intended purpose.
Uyacela ke manje ummeli ukuthi Fakazi asitshele ukuthi ingabe simo salesakhiwo lesesi lasebakhiphe khona labahlali sesinjani ke manje. Uyacela ke uyaveta ke Fakazi ukuthi wo bamfu babakhiphile bonke. Sakhiwo sesiniketwe umnikati waso. Kepha ke futhi ke nyalo lesakhiwo njengoba sesiniketwe umnikati waso iGFIS team noma iqembu leGFIS limsite ukuthi atfolete imphepha ukuthi aqinisekise ukuthi lesakhiwo sakhiwa kabusha noma siyalungiswa ukuthi sibe sesimeni lesikulungele ukuthi kungahlala abamvu. Futhi ke manje sekusemahlombe akhe ke lo mnikati ukuthi kungabi bikho futhi bamvu labangena kulesakhiwo lesingalungekho emthethweni ngoba nakakuvumela lokho kwendeka kutawusho ukuthi kubabuyisele emuva bedolobha laseJozi ngoba nakungenteka kungene bantfu lapha tawufuna ukuthi phindze futhi bazana imizamo yokuthi nabo babakhiphe futhi babatfolele indzawo lapho bangabahlalisa khona ke manje.
Thank you, Ms. Zulu. Mr. Pope, without necessarily disclosing the property name or the site at where it is, kindly just for purposes of context advise the chairperson what is the plan that is going to be executed upon receipt of the funds?
The department has, I think as I alluded in our future plan, short to medium and long term, with that we are engaging with other state organs to purchase land in and around the inner city for us to redevelop into mixed housing opportunities. And I can confirm that in the last council there was an approval to that effect of the land that is going to be developed by ourselves to make sure that we accommodate various families that should be accommodated in the space.
Uyacela ke futhi uyabuta ke futhi ummeli umbuto olandzelako ukuthi mhlawumbe angazama ukuthi angakuveti emagama noma tonke yonke imininingwane letsite ase aqhazele iCommission ukuthi uma bayitfola le mali labayitsingako nguphi noma kungakuphi lapho khona tithinta inhlelo tekulungisela tindzawo tekhlalisa abahlali. Uyaveta ke Fakazi ukuthi kunetinhlelo labatendile short terms and long terms pheceleti tinhlelo tesikhashana nesikhathi lesidze lewe ukuthi bathenge indzawo khona vele sebayithengile lapha ekhathi edolobheni laba tawu bese ke bakha khona ke tindzawo tekuhlala leti hlukahlukile letingakhona ukuthi hlalise bantfu ngekuhlukahlukana futhi leto tinhlelo leto cishe seti approviwe noma setivumelekile ukuthi tingachubeka.
Thank you, Ms. Zulu. Mr. Pope, before we move to another topic, insofar as your statement is concerned, you refer to an annexure PP1 in your statement. Can you just advise the chairperson what is that annexure and what it entails?
That affidavit was to file back to the court to indicate that we have this number of beneficiaries that we are going to relocate to this facility for them to be evacuated from the building, and would have honored the court judgment to avoid a further contempt of court.
Uyacela ke futhi ummeli ukuthi Fakazi achazele iCommissioner ukuthi ingabe annexure PP1 uthini noma umayelana nani. Uyaveta ukuthi go annexure PP1 ubufaka uiaffidavit lebe bayibhalele inkantolo lekhombisa ukuthi inombolo ingakanani yebahlali lese baba susile noma lese baba relocated.
Thank you, Ms. Zuma. Mr. Pope, we now move to paragraph 15 of your statement, and as I explained, contextualized earlier, it's a different topic. It's headed color-coded prioritization list. It's not contentious, so I can state that during your evidence or oral testimony on 6 March, you referred to a prioritization list. Can you just again contextualize for the Commission what is the purpose of the list and what it assists with?
The purpose of the list is to, one, determine the magnitude or the beneficiaries that have to be assisted. 2 is to prioritize buildings that are in a bad state where we need to plan to evacuate. And if we have a space or we plan to relocate, we need to prioritize them first based on the status of that building. West, medium, and good or semi-good. But that list assists us to make sure that we know the number of people that are affected and the buildings that needs to be evacuated first.
Uyacela ke ufakazi uthi sesendlulela kule sinye sihloko lesitholakala ku paragraph 15. Uthi ke kule sihloko lesi njengoba sitholakala ebufakazini bakhe babe Poppy kwekuthi mhla ka 6 March waveta kwekuthi kuneluhla noma ilist leveta kwekuthi kune ku prioritize lokuthite noma kunekuhlela mayelana nebumcoka kwehlela kulokumcoka kancane la kakhuluma ngako bekuyini izizathu sokuthi bakhe loluhla leli uyaveta ke fakazi kwekuthi loluhla leli balakhela kwekuthi bakhone kubona kwekuthi simo sibi kangakanani kahle kahle kwekala ukuthi simo simi kangakanani futhi njengoba lesimo sisibi kangakanani baye kuba nendlela yekubona kwekuthi kuwes ku medium noma kukahle lokusho ukuthi kubi kakhulu kubana noma kuhle kwale takhiwo letikhona manje ke mase bakhunyele ukuthi ibonya letile takhiwo letikhona letleti bamvunga kemthefeni bayakhona kubona ukuthi lesakhiwo lesi cishe khona simo sakhona sibi kakhulu so bangacala babone sona kucala kuya ngekuya ke so basebenta njalo ke basebenzisa leluhla lelo ke manje kwekuthi bakhona ukuthola inombolo yebamvu labahlala kuleso sakhiwo leso.
Thank you, Ms. Sungu. Mr. Pope, just for the purposes of conclusiveness again, and with reference to paragraph 18 of your statement, can you just explain again the meanings that are attributed to each of the colors in the list?
The colors refer to the status that we have identified in terms of, for instance, red, meaning that the building is in a bad state. It may collapse or is not structurally sound. And people who are living there are in imminent danger and it needs urgent relocation, and we prioritize those red-coded buildings. And there are those buildings that are amber in color, meaning that the building is at the risk of collapse, but the structural assessment is required to determine whether the occupants are in danger or are they going to be impacted should anything happen in the building. Then you've got yellow coded, which is where there are no municipal services, for instance, water, sewer, refuse removal or electricity, and it's a health hazard, meaning that the building is not clean. And we have a green coded building, meaning that it appears to be habitable. However, it is a non-compliant building in terms of fire, or the building is just not habitable for people to live in.
Uyacela ke ummeli kwekuthi sidlule ku paragraph 18 lapho khona kunemibala lehlukahlukile le abayisebenzisile kukhombisa simo sesakhiwo nangesakhiwo ucela kwekuthi asicocele kwekuthi isho kuthini le mibala lena babe Poppy ke uyaveta kwekuthi ke le mibala lena imane nje bayisebenzisa ekuthenini bakhone kwadi kwekuthi ngusiphi isakhiwo lesibi kakhulu kuya ngekwehla kuyofika esakhiweni lesikahle noma lesingcono uyaveta ke kwekuthi umbala wecala kunembala lobovu red losho kwekuthi lesakhiwo sibi futhi singahle siwe lokusho kwekuthi bamvula abahlala khona badinga ukuthi basuswe masinyane noma ngekusheshsha uyachubeka uthi kunembala omunye longemba lo emba lona ke usho lo mbala lona ke usho kwekuthi lesakhiwo lesi sibi futhi bahlali basengotini bangahle badzinge kwekuthi basuswe kepha akusiko kubi kakhulu uyaqhubeka ke futhi uya kulombala lo yellow uthi kulombala lona lo yellow ke manje umane ungumbala nje lo mane uvete tinsita liphuma kumasipala lokuphindze futhi kuhlela ukuthi ingabe lihlobe kanjani lesakhiwo lesi faka ekhathi ukuthi ingabe lesakhiwo sinawo yini emanti sinawo yini futhi gesi sisimo lesikahle ukuthi bangahlala kiso chubekela phambili ke uthi kunembala lomunye ke lo green lo hlata losho ukuthi lesakhiwo lesi cishe sona sikahle bamfu bangahlala kiso.
Thank you, Ms. Sungu. Mr. Poppy, in paragraph 19 of your statement, you then attach PP2 and PP3. You say these indicate an indication of the buildings from the lists that you've just spoken about. Can we just get clarification that this has been extracted from the list created by GFIS and it only reflects Region F buildings?
It reflects buildings that have been extracted from the list that we've given by GFIS, and it's buildings that are impacted or affected within the inner city.
Uyachubeka ke umeli uthi ke ucela achaze ukuthi njengoba ngaphansi kwalesigaba les 18 uvetile ukuthi kuna PP2 noma na PP3 ngabe kahle kahle leluhla lelifolakala kulo PP2 na PP3 ngabe luhla liphuma ku GFIS yini ngaletakhiwo uyaveta fakazi uthi yebo luhla lelivela ku GFIS limane nje libakhombisa ukuthi ingabe sikusiphu simo leso leto takhiwo leto.
Thank you, Ms. Zulu. Mr. Poppy, in paragraph 20 of your statement, you say you'd like to provide some clarification as there may be a misunderstanding as to your testimony of 6 March. I'm going to ask you 2 questions to try and contextualize the clarifications. So, who attends to the color coding, attributing the colors to each of the respective buildings?
The color coding is done through my team from a list that we receive from GFIS in terms of color coding them, because they would indicate that the building is condemned, like for instance the Remington Court, that the building is in a bad state and we have to evacuate or relocate people imminently. And therefore we do this in consultation with our group legal to indicate that we need to evacuate building A, building B, building C. And this is a coordination between ourselves and the teams from both legal and GFIS to make sure that we prioritize, or we have a list of prioritized buildings that we need to evacuate.
And my last question before I allow Ms. Zungu is, what is the involvement of the revenue department?
The revenue department would identify buildings that are non-paying buildings within the same space, for instance, in the inner city. And those buildings would be handed over to GFIS to investigate so that they can be able to give them the status and maybe investigate further in terms of who the owner is or whether the building should be expropriated if the owner is not located.
Finally, is there anything else you'd like to advise the chair of?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Poppy.
Thank you.
Uqhubekile ke umeli wathi cela siqhubekele ku paragraph 20 wacela ukuthi babe Poppy achaze noma aqaqise ukuthi njengoba basebenzisa imibala lehlukahlukene kukhombisa simo sesakhiwo nesakhiwo lesikhona la kule dolobheni basuke bakuthatha kwesikonziso leso noma ngubando batshela ukuthi bangakhona ukuthi faka kanjani ngaphansi kwembala thithi. Uyaveta ke umeli Ncesi uyaveta ke babe Poppy ukuthi basitwa ngiGFIS shuthi GFIS ubaniketa iqondiso ukuthi bangakwenda kanjani lokho njengoba nje babese bayakhona kusebenzisa iqondiso ekuthenini basho ukuthi okay lesakhiwo lesisibi kangakanani kuyadzinga indlela ukuthi bamvula bahlala kiso bakhishwe noma bangakhishwa. Uthi futhi kuba nelicembu labanalo laba bayese babutisisa noma bancutfulisa kilo khona ngekhathi kule dolobha lala eJozi kwekuthi ingabe vele kungendeka kanjani lokho njengoba babambisana neGFIS kanye ne-legal team yabo. Umbuto olandzelako ke manje uyabuta umbeli ukuthi njengoba litiko lete revenue nokwalete imali liba nekungenelela thite ngaphansi kwalohlelo lelo bangena kanjani. Uyaveta ke fakazi ukuthi njengoba bangena nje bayaye babuke ukuthi ngusiphi isakhiwo lesibhadalako noma lesingabhadali timfanelo noma tindleko lekumele batibhadale njengesakhiwo. Uthi ke lelitiko leligele bese ke selikhipha leluhla laleto takhiwo tingabhadali tinikete GFIS. GFIS ke bese wona licwaningo ukuthi ingabe letakhiwo tingabhadali tabobani bese ke bangatfola kustabobani bakwati ukuthi babakhulumise ekuthenini bangalungisa kanjani uchubekela phambili. Umbuto wekugcina uthi ummeli kubabe Poppy kukhona indlela afisa kwenetela ngako noma akungete kule statement sakhe lesi noma kulobufakazi la kabufulayo waveta ke babe Poppy ukuthi cha kude la afise kungeta.
Thank you, Ms. Zungu. Thanks, Mr. Poppy. Chair, those are the questions we had for Mr.
Thank
Poppy
you,
this
Mr.
morning.
Nyendo. Advocate Siminya.
Mr. Poppy, as early as 2019, Usindiso building ticked all the boxes for that building to be condemned. Would you agree?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't agree because of the list, or the building was not part of the list that was handed over to me.
Kuvela ke lo munye umeli advocate semenya ubuta fakazi wekuthi njengoba Usindiso building noma lesakhiwo sase Usindiso kusukela ngeminyaka ka-2019 bese vele likhombisa ngathi tonke timphawu kwekuthi akusiso sakhiwo lesifanele ukuthi kuhlale bamfu ingabe uyavumelana yini naloko uyaveta ke fakazi uthi cha akavumelani nako ngoba bekangati kwekuthi lesakhiwo sikulesimo leso.
The evidence we have is that there was a blitz conducted in 2019 at Usindiso by multifactorial entities of the city, including GIFIS. You don't have that information.
No, I wouldn't have that information because of when they conduct the blitz, they would conduct the blitz based on information that they have, and for them to investigate whatever occurrences, it wouldn't be within my domain.
Uyaqhubeka ke futhi ummeli uyambuta fakazi ukuthi kunebufakazi lobuvetiwe lobuvela eminyango leyahlukahlukene lefaka ekhathi GFIS lo mayelana neblitz ngalesakhiwo leso ingabe uyati yini fakazi uthi cha akade ngeza futhi kwekuthi akuzange kwaze kwafika kuye lokho ngeza futhi ukuthi lesakhiwo lesi besingakabhalwa eluhlweni so akade.
That must confirm the suspicion we keep referring to, that there is not sufficient information shared within the municipal entities.
I need to clarify that based on the evidence that I've provided earlier, is that we are given a list of buildings that are in danger or that are condemned, and a list of buildings that we should be providing alternative accommodation for. So if you indicate that there was a blitz, there should be a further assessment within the building of the occupants so that it can be part of the list, so that we are able to vet and be able to provide alternative accommodation should there be a need.
So uyaqhubeka ke ummeli ucela fakazi ukuthi avume ukuthi ngabe tinsolo letikhona tekwekuthi kude kahle kahle kuphakelana lwati kule onke lamatiko noma leminyango yamasipala kahle kahle ngabe kuliciniso lokho uyaveta fakazi uthi kahle kahle kuyaye kube neluhla bona labalitfola lokuthi sakhiwo lesina sisengodini labamvu labakhona khona badzinga kwakhiwa kepha njengoba ummeli aveta ukuthi kukhona iblitz lekhona uma kunjalo kulesimo leso kuyakudzinga ukuthi kube nelicwaningo lelentewako bese bona nje bangenelela ekuthenini ngabe labamvu laba bangakhona ukuthi babakhiphele kuphi.
So you do confirm that information was not shared with human settlements?
According to my knowledge, yes.
So uyacela ke futhi ummeli kwekuthi avume kwekuthi kahle kahle kusho ukuthi lo lwati ngalesakhiwo lesi abazange baze babapha noma babaphakela njenga human settlement noma bakaso human settlement uyavuma fakazi uthi yebo abazange baze babapha lo lwati lolo.
So the evidence that Usindiso was not resolved in part because there was no TEAs to put the people in there is not an information that was shared with your department.
Can I request the advocate to repeat that question?
The evidence we have is that in part why Usindiso building problems could not be resolved was that there were no temporary emergency accommodation to house the people there. That evidence now seems was not shared with human settlements. Is that right?
I would indicate and clarify that question the way I understand it, that The blitz is conducted to ascertain the area or the building itself. And the sharing of the information or request would be made to ourselves to indicate that we need to assess the occupants of the building to find out whether they are able to accommodate themselves or we need to provide alternative accommodation. So in that instance, because there is no information that can be made available to the department, and as you indicated that there was a blitz, so it indicates that there were investigations that were ongoing. Thank you.
Uyacela ke futhi ummeli ukuthi babe Poppy aqaqise ukuthi njengoba kunebufakazi lobukhombisa ukuthi lesikhombisa ukuthi bekude takhiwo tekubambisa lebethi khona leticonzeke labiconzeke abantu abahlala Usindiso. Uyavuma yini ukuthi lwati mayelana naloku bebangazange baze babapha noma baze balitfola bona? Uthi yebo, njengoba kuba neblitz leyaye ibe khona, le blitz iba nje ecinisekisa ukuthi indzawo thiteni ingatfolakala noma ngeke izitfolakala. So lelwati ke lona lelisetshenziswa ekuthenini ingabe vele labantu labadzinga ukuthi batfutfwe noma ba relocate bayadzinga yini vele bayadzinga yini vele ukuthi lidolobha libaphe indzawo yehlala noma bangakhona ukuthi bona batiphe noma batitfolele indzawo yehlala.
So with regard to Usindiso, no TEA was requested from your department?
According to my knowledge, yes.
Uyabuta futhi fakazi uthi mayelana nesakhiwo sase Usindiso kude kahle kahle iTEA lebe ikhona. Uyaveta fakazi uthi yebo.
Just out of curiosity, those who travel overseas in these mega cities find multi-story buildings which comprise rental stock for the city or for the state. Why is that solution not available in this country, regard being had to financial resource limitations?
Chair, I indicated
I apologize, Chair. I apologize, Mr. Poppy.
That's right. Chair, I indicated in my short and long-term submissions on the 6th that we are in engagements with other organs of state to buy land or real estate for us to develop affordable rental units, because of that is the part that is missing within the inner city. And we've engaged with the National Department of Human Settlements to be able to assist us to be able to build high-rise buildings that would assist us to accommodate people who are unable to afford or who are in need of accommodation. So that process is part of what I've explained in my previous submission.
Uyaqhubeka futhi ummeli uyabuta uthi kwendiwa yini kwekuthi la ekhaya eSouth Africa kungabi khona lokufana nako naloku lokuba khona overseas, njengoba nje overseas bamvula baye khona emaveni langaphandle baye batfole emadolobheni akhona tindzawo letilungele ukuthi bangaticasha noma batirente bahlale kito. Kwendiwa yini kusilana kungabi khona imvule kanjalo? Uyaveta ke babe Poppy ukuthi njengoba avetile ebufakazini bakhe ngaphambilini kwekuthi kukhona kuxoxisana lokukhona labanako kanye nelitiko le-human resettlement noma tekuhlala kanye naletinye nalamanye ematiko ekuthenini batakhe letindzawo etifanele ukuthi bangacashisa ngato. Futhi kunetinyathelo labathetheke manje kanye nelitiko la letekuhlala human resources kwekuthi ibasite ekuthenini bakhone kwakha tindzawo lapho khona kungakhona ukuthi kuhlale khona labamvu labede tindzawo tekuhlala.
The evidence is that the city does not have sufficient land space. That solution, with all else being considered, must be an answer to that problem, right?
The solution to find land or buildings would be an answer to the problem that we have before us.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking, sorry. These high-rise buildings don't require vast tracts of land. That's the point I'm making.
It depends, because you might see or you might have land in and around the city, but whether it's developable or not, it's another issue, because you need to take that into account. And you know that most of the land in and around our space is dolomitic, and or we have wetlands. So high-rise buildings might be an answer, but it depends as to the land or that you may find. But the other issue is that once you build high-rise buildings, you must make sure that in future you're able to maintain or keep up with the habitability of the building. So one way or the other, we need to make sure that whatever is built on the ground is able to be habitable for the future.
Uyaqhubeka ke manje ummeli uyaveta ukuthi njengoba ebufakazini kuveta ukuthi kahle kahle lidolobha laseJozi lidindzawo ngingonje kukanje uyaveta ummeli uthi yebo ncisi uyaveta fakazi uthi yebo kube kuthiwa indzawo ikhona ngabe bayakhona ukuthi basombulule tonke letinkinga kepha ke uyacacisa ummeli ukuthi kahle kahle usho letakhiwo letinze letiya etulu letititezi uthi njengoba tingayidzingi nje indzawo lenyente so yaveta ke ufakazi uthi nanoma kunjalo kubukeka ngazi ukuthi atidzingi indzawo lenyente kepha kukhona tingcinamba letikhona njengoba ukhanze ukuthi kuba khona ematete phecelezi ema-wetlands laba khona so kufuna babuke tonke timo leti kanjalo ukuthi ingambe leyo ndzawo leyo iyakuvumela ukuthi sakhiwo lesikanjalo futhi babuke nokuthi njengoba sichubekela phambili elikukusaseni leso sakhiwo leso sitawukhona nokuthi sichubeke sinakekeleka kahle kuze kube isikhathi lesidze.
Those are the questions we have for the witness, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mgomezulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mnyandu.
Thank you, Chair. There are no questions in re-examination.
Yes, do you want to admit this statement as an exhibit?
Yes, Chairperson, with your leave, I kindly request to admit Mr. Poppy's further witness statement into the evidence bundle as Exhibit COJ 1717.
So admitted.
Chairperson, there were 3 annexures, and upfront I'd like to apologize. Annexures PP2 and PP3 have been misplaced. We'll provide it to the Commission. But the annexures are going to be PP1, being the explanatory affidavit in respect of the matter concerning Remington Court. PP2 and PP3 being an extract of the Region F buildings concerned with the color coding.
Yes.
That's 17.2 and 17.3.
So admitted.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Poppy, thank you again for coming to give evidence before this commission. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, we are about to call the next witness. I see we're close to tea time. Maybe not to interrupt the evidence of that witness, would this be a convenient stage to take that tea
Yes.
adjournment?
We'll adjourn for tea and reconvene at 20 past 11.
Let me stick is too small.
Yeah, no.
Mr. Miyando?
Good morning again, Chairperson. With your leave, I'd like to request that we call Mr. Sikhala Malahlela to the stand.
Malahlela.
Yes, Chairperson.
Mr. Malahlela, good morning to you as well.
Good morning, Councillor, how are you? And good morning, Chairperson and colleagues.
Give us your full names.
My full name is Asakala Malatlela.
No objection in taking the prescribed oath, do you?
None whatsoever.
Now, the evidence you're about to give us, tell us will be the truth, nothing but the truth, and if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Semenya. Mr. Myendo?
Thank you, Chairperson. Again, by way of orientation, Mr. Malahlela's statement is to be found, Chair, at page, Madam Commissioner, 598.
Yes.
Mr. Malahlela, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. Mnyandawaya.
Well, thanks yourself, sir. Can you kindly advise the Commission where you are employed and what position you hold?
I am employed by the City of Johannesburg substantively as a unit head, legal contracts and support, acting as a group head legal contractor.
Thank you, Chair. Ufakazi ke ulandelayo njengamanje umnumzane uSikhala Malahlela uqale ngokuthi acele ukuba enze izifungo lapho ephakamise khona isandla sakhe sangakwesokudla wathembisa ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso kuphela futhi inkosi imsize ukuba enze kanjalo. Khona ke statement yathathwe ke wasiwa kusona i-statement esilapha ekhasini 598. Into yokuqala nje uceliwe ukuthi achaze ukuthi akakachaza ukuthi usebenza kuphi futhi ikusiphi isikhundla. Uchazile ke umnumzane uMalahlela ukuthi uqashwe idolobha laseGoli lapho esebenza khona ophikweni olubhekelela izinkontileka ukwenziwa kwazo ngokomthetho uyena osebenza lapho njengenhloko yalo mnyango.
Mr. Malahlela, in paragraph 3 of your statement, you provide the context in which you have come to give evidence before the Commission. Can you just highlight for the benefit of the Commission as to the context?
I was informed that during the testimony of one Mr. Patrick Poppy, he made mention of the fact that there is a particular list which they provide to Group Legal, which is color-coded red, green, amber, and yellow. And it is on that ground that I find myself here.
Ubeke esecelwa ukuthi akachaze ke ufakazi ukuthi kungani lapha kodwa mane akhe phezulu nje angangena jule asho amazwibela uyachaza ufakazi ukuthi utsheliwe uzwile ukuthi ikomishane kuye kwaba khona umnumzane ogama lakhe linguPatrick Poppy oyewethula ubufakazi lapha ekhuluma ngokuqashiswa kwezakhiwo ziyezaqashiselwa iGroup Legal ehlukaniswe ngembala imbala yakhona umbala obomvu umbala oluhlaza kanye nombala ophuzi yilokho ke okumlethe lapha kule commission.
Thank you, Mr. Malahlela, and we'll come back to the list. In paragraph 6 of your statement, you briefly explain the mandate of the unit that you have said you lead. Just in brief terms, can you highlight what your responsibilities are as that unit?
First of all, Group Legal is an internal legal support for the City of Johannesburg. So it's a directorate charged with ensuring that all actions of the city and decisions do comply with the legal framework governing our environment.
Ubeke esemcela ufakazi ukuthi akachaze lapha esigabeni 6 lapho echaza khona ngomsebenzi wabo umeli ucelile ukuthi akakathi ukuchaza nje kafushane ukuthi yini umsebenzi wabo lapha kulolu phiko alisebenzelayo. Ngakho uphiko lweGroup Legal ufakazi ulichaza ngokuthi uphiko lwangaphakathi eminyangweni wabo olubheka ukuthi idolobha uma liziwa ezintweni ezidinga ukuqashiswa njalo njalo ziyawulanthobela yini umthetho. Ngakho bona babhekelele kakhulu ezomthetho ukuthi uyalandelwa yini uma kunenqubo eyenziwayo.
And furthermore, we are responsible for management of the litigation across the city. And when I say across the city, I mean the city internal and the municipal-owned entities.
Uphinde futhi abheke ukusebenza kwalezi zakhiwo uma kuziwa ngaphakathi edolobheni. Uyachaza ukuthi akasebheki nje kuphela uyingaphakathi kuphela kodwa ubheka nezinye ezithinta umasipala.
Mr. Malashela, we now move to paragraph 9 of your statement, and it is headed a Group Forensic Investigation List. You've contextualized the evidence you are giving before the Commission today by saying you provide legal assistance to all units. Kindly advise the chairperson whether, in respect of matters concerning the inner city, do you act on your own or you are directed by what your internal clients say?
I think to put proper context, as any other legal practitioners, we are reliant on the instruction we receive from our clients. And in this case, our clients will be the user departments and municipal-owned entities. So the long and short of it is that we're a creature of instructions.
Ubeke esembuza ngokuphathelene nesigatshana esilapha esikhuluma ngokuthi i-Group Forensic and Investigation. Uthe akakathi ukuchaza ukuthi njengoba besebenza ekusizeni nasekwelulekeni uma kuziwa kwezomthetho, ingabe bazisebenzela bona yini? Kusuka kubona ukuthi yini okufanele bayenze noma kunothilo baqondisayo. Uchazile ufakazi ukuthi njengazo zonke nje izinhlaka ezisebenza ngezomthetho nabo bayaqondiswa. Kuba khona obaqondisa ikhasimende labo elibanika iqondiso ukuthi nenzeni lapha. Ngakho kuyizona ke lapha njengoba esho kumasipala ongahlachaza ukuthi abenzeni. Ngamanye amazwi abazisebenzeli bona kodwa kukhona obanikeza isiqondiso ukuthi benzeni.
Mr. Malashela, with reference to paragraph 10 of your statement, evidence has been laid before the Commission that GFIS prepares the initial list. Can you just briefly explain what steps they take prior to preparing that list as GFIS?
That question is, I don't think I understand it well.
When the list is prepared by GFIS, they do so having taken certain steps. You highlight something in paragraph 10, if you have regard to paragraph 10 of your statement, that they conduct an audit or investigation.
What I can comment on is that GFIS do profile a certain building in terms of their status and how those buildings are. They compile that list and then from there they share the list with human settlement departments.
Ubeke esemcela umnumzane uMncwango ukuthi akakachaze ngoba kuthiwa iGFIS yiyo eqhamuka nebhala uhlu ukuthi ilibhala kanjani. Ilapho ke ecelile khona ufakazi ukuthi akungichazele kahle ukuthi uqondeni uma usho lokho bese kucacisa ke umeli ukuthi cha ukhuluma ngalesikhathi benza loluhlu njengoba kuyiba benza loluhlu iGFIS uma ilenza bona bandakanyeka ngezinga elingakanani. Uchazile ufakazi ukuthi iGFIS iyo eyenza uhlu iyahamba iyobheka lelo bhilidi iyenze lokho kuthiwa iprofile yalo. Uma seyiqedile bese ke lokho eseyitholile ngaleso sakhiwo noma ibhilidi bese ikuthatha ikunikeza i-human settlement umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
And maybe to further clarify the issue is that not all the properties profiled by GFIS would go to human settlement. There would be other properties which will be referred to SAPS and other law enforcement agencies to deal with the issues or the issues which they would have found in the buildings.
Ukwenezela lapho akuchazayo ke ukuthi uma ecacisa lokho akushilo ukuthi kube sekuthunyelwa kumnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu uthi akuzona zonke kodwa phela izakhiwo noma amabhilidi abathi uma iGFIS siwenzile iyawahlola bese ikuthumela kumnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Cha, okunye iGFIS yakuthatha ikuse embuthweni wezamaphoyisa iSAPS ikakhulukazi lawo mabhilidi atholakale ukuthi kunezinto ezingahambi kahle kuwona ngakho ke lawo ke asiwa kumnyango wezamaphoyisa.
Mr. Malashela, you say in paragraph 12 of your statement that once matters have been referred to your unit, you become the legal custodians. But then you also say in paragraph 13 that in deciding what steps to take, you consult the Department of Human Settlements in the city. Why is it important to do so?
Like I've mentioned earlier on, as the creature of instruction, when we receive the list, we need to engage and make a determination on the best legal route to employ. Then in so doing, we will engage the human settlement to make a determination as to, because we will receive the information, and in particular, let me use the list. There will be those properties which are high profile properties in red. Then we would then either have to evict, and I'm saying evict, and later you will see how then we differentiate between eviction and evacuation. Then we then source all the information. The consultation is around issues which are other legal requirements which we meet before we could implement whatever legal process we would have elected to employ.
Ubeke seqhubeka futhi ummeli ethi lapha esigabeni 12 sobufakazi bakhe noma kwistatimende sakhe umnumzana Malahlela ukhulume ngokuthi uma sekwethulwe umbiko walethwa kubo kube sekuyibo manje asebeqondisa endabeni ezithinta ezomthetho. Manje umbuzo ukuthi esigabeni 17 kuthiwa baphinde bathintane nomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Yilapho akacela khona ukuthi akakhanyiselwe ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ithinti sesizandleni zabo kwezomthetho bese bephinde beyoxhumana neminyango ezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Ufakazi uthi njengoba pheleke asho ngaphambili ukuthi abazenzeli bona izinto bayaqondiswa ukuthi yini okufanele bayenze. Ngakho into ebenza bakhulume nomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ukuthi basuke befuna ukubona ukuthi yiphi indlela engcono uma kuziwa kwezomthetho abangayithatha lapha, ikakhulukazi ngoba basuke sebenohlu. Lohlu lusuke selihlukanise lamabhilidi. Lwachaza ukuthi leli bhilidi linombala obomvu okusho ukuthi kunento ethile okufanele yenziwe kuyo iyaphuthuma. Usebenzisa amagama esingisi ke athi uzowahlukanisa ngokuhamba kwesikhathi ukuthi lapha kuthiwa evict noma evacuate. Uzowachaza ngokuhamba kwesikhathi ukuthi ahlukana kuphi lawo magama. Kodwa into asuke iqondile ukuthi basuke befuna ukubona ukuthi iyiphi indlela engcono kwezomthetho abangayithatha ukuze benze umsebenzi ababelwe wona.
To further clarify the issue is that most of the situations you would find that the strategy involved would be an eviction. And in terms of the outcomes of the Blue Moonlight and the Dladla matter, would then have to provide the temporary emergency accommodation because we would then be in the realm of the Section 4 or the, generally speaking, of the PI Act. And for that reason, I would need to engage the Human Settlement Department to determine if there is sufficient temporary emergency accommodation, so that as soon as we get the court order, or in fact in other matters, we need to demonstrate to the courts that there is sufficient temporary emergency accommodation where we will be decanting the occupants of that building to.
Ukwenezela ke kuloko asekushilo ukuthi into eyenza futhi baphinde baxhumane nomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ukuthi basuke befuna ukuqhamuka phela nalokho akubiza ukuthi strategy noma indlela abazoyisebenzisa ukuze basuse labantu evict babasuse labantu ngoba kusuke kunemithetho okufanele bayilandele ngosibonelo umthetho wePI omunye wawo okufanele bayilandele. Le mithetho ithi awukwazi ukususa umuntu endaweni kodwa ungakamlungiseli ukuthi uzohlalaphi ngesikhathi umkhipha, okwenza ke ukuthi baphoqeleke ukuthi bathintane nomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ukuthi bangakwazi yini ukuhlinzeka ngeindawo zesikhashana njengoba bekhipha laba bantu kuleli bhilidi bebasa kwenye indawo.
Mr. Malahlela, you've now referred to the Blue Moonlight decision and you also referred to a matter concerning Dladla versus City of Johannesburg. The next topic that is set out in your statement says the stay application. Perhaps in brief terms, it is necessary just to contextualize what the order or the decision was in Blue Moonlight, what the matter Dladla concerned, because we believe it then leads to an explanation what the stay application is.
Okay. The Blue Moonlight is a matter which was eventually decided by the Apex Court regarding the provision of the alternative accommodation by in particular the municipality, and it was against the city of Johannesburg. So there were contentions that the city of Joburg as the municipality does not have to provide the alternative as the competency. That is not the competency of the provision of the housing and related rights. It's not the competency of the city of Johannesburg. But however, it was found in that court, in the Constitutional Court, that the issue relating to evictions, and in particular Section 4.7, requires the municipality to provide such alternative accommodation. And once that matter was, the judgment was handed, then we then have a situation wherein we were decanting or now moving our people out of the building in accordance with that judgment, meaning that we had assumed that responsibility. But the strategy employed there was the separation of the occupants involved, in that there would be an issue of females, males, and the women and children. Then that was also contested, and I think that matter it was the Dladla matter, which dealt with the issue of whether you could separate family units or not. And again, in that matter, it was found that no, you cannot do the separation. You must keep the families as intact as they were prior to the eviction processes.
Meli umnumzana uMnqango uke wacuceleke ufakazi ukuthi akakakhulume ngendaba ebike yangena ezithebeni zenkantolo yokuqala iBlue Moonlight kanye neyedladla. Zombi lezi izindaba sezibuya enkantolo ukuthi akakathi ukuchaza ngazo kabanzi kafushane nje. Uma echaza ufakazi uchaza ukuthi udaba lokuqala olwangena enkantolo ilolu lweBlue Moonlight olwaze lawofika ezithebeni zenkantolo yomthetho sisekelo, ngoba ekuqaleni babecabanga ukuthi uma besusa abantu njengedolobha akukho emahlombe abo ukuthi kufanele labo bantu kufanele babafunele indawo yokuhlala. Kodwa ke kwathi uma selolu daba selithathwa lusiwa enkantolo, inkantolo yomthetho sisekelo yayisinquma ukuthi ngokwe section 47 kufanele uma idolobha lisusa abantu kufanele liqiniseke ukuthi libanikeza enye indawo yokuhlala. Ngakho kwaba ke sokuba semahlombe abo, futhi kwafanele njengedolobha bawuthobele lo umyalelo wenkantolo wokuthi uma besusa abantu kufanele babatholele indawo yokuhlala. Kwabe ke sekuphakama futhi olunye udaba lokuthi njengoba sebebatholele ke indawo yokuhlala babe sebeyabahlukanisa ke phela, ngoba kukhona besilisa kukhona besifazane. Ngakho bahlukanisa besifazane nabesilisa, kwathi abesifazane nezingane nabo babahlukanisa. La seliyongena futhi enkantolo njengoba seliqhamuka sokuyi idladla matter ke manje. Uma selungena enkantolo futhi inkantolo yaphinde yanquma ukuthi cha akulunganga ukuthi imindeni ihlukaniswe, kunalokho kufanele ihlaliswe ndawonye kungabangahlukaniswa abantu. Ngakho ilapho kungena khona ke lolu daba lwedladla matter nalo lwaphinde lwanqunywa ukuthi kufanele imindeni ingahlukaniswa.
Just a correction, Chair. Today, Mr. Khoza has been calling Mr. Mnyandu, Mr. Mnqango.
We are
Thank you
indebted-
so much, Chair. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, my friend. You should have told me. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Mr. Malahlale, you've referred to the outcome in the matter between Dladla versus City of Johannesburg and others. But perhaps before we move away from the point, prior to its conclusion, the city then instituted what is referred to as the stay application. Can you just explain what led to the stay application?
The stay application concerned the issue wherein, while we were still dealing with the issue of Dadla, awaiting the outcomes of Dadla, we then applied to court to stay all the eviction proceedings, so that at least we know what is the process, the proper process and procedures to follow.
Ubeke esecela ummeli umnumzana uMnyando ukuthi akathi ukuchaza ngalokho kubizwa ukuthi stay application. Kafushane uma echaza ufakazi uthi cha ngoba lolu daba liseseyithebenze enkantolo bathe abakathi ukuma kancane ke belinde kuze kuphume isinqumo senkantolo.
Mr. Malahlela, can I request that you please turn to page 604? And for the purposes of orientation, I'd just like to confirm if this is the notice of motion that concerned the stay application.
Yes, I confirm.
Ubeke semcela ukuthi akaye lapha ekhasini 604 bese elibheka leliya khasi bese qinisekisa ukuthi ngabe yiyo yini ngempela le stay application uyakufakazela ufakaza ukuthi yona.
Thank you, Mr. Malahlela. What then happened in the aftermath of the proceedings in the Dladla matter?
The aftermath of the Dadla matter meant that immediately after the judgment was handed down, we had to go and deal with that whole environment where there was a stay of the evictions. So it meant that there was a backlog. But also there was an avalanche of other new matters which was coming in on the same issue of evictions.
Ubeke semcela ukuthi ke manje kwabe sekwenzekani ke uma ngemva ukuba lolu daba seluphuthuliwe lolu lubizwa ukuthi olwedladla uthi ke kwafanele emva kwalokho bayibhekeke le ndaba yokubasusa ngoba kwathi emva kwalokho kwaphinde kwaqubuka nezinye futhi izindaba kwakufanele bazibheke.
It's correct to understand that, Mr. Malahlela, it therefore became important to have a prioritization list dealing with taking into account that there is a backlog and, as you have referred to, an avalanche of new matters.
Yes, sir.
Ubese ke ngenxa yokuthi ke kwase kuleso simo kwase kubalekile ukuthi babe nohlu lokuthi yini abazoyenza kuqala njengoba sekunjena lokho kuthiwa baprioritize ukuthi yini okufanele bayibeke kuqala kanye futhi nokubheka ukuthi nje nakho sekuqubuke nezindaba ezintsha kwakufanele bazi singathe kanjani. Uyavuma ufakaza ukuthi yebo kwakudingeka lokho manje.
Mr. Malahlela, you said earlier on that you would differentiate between evictions and evacuations. You say in your statement at paragraph 23 and beyond that considering the pressure that the city has been under in relation to these matters concerning evictions in the inner city, you've been required, decided to develop fresh legal strategies. Can you just advise the Commission as to one such strategy?
I think for the strategy to be understood, background is important of where we come from, and especially in light of Blue Moonlight and Dladla, and taking into consideration the type of a building or the type of a structure you'll be dealing with. Prior to, let me not say, what we have been confronted with on numerous occasions is that when we were attempting to evict, regardless of whether the building is structurally sound or not, we would have to meet the stringent requirements of the temporary emergency accommodation. And that posed so much challenge that we couldn't move, because the moment we get into the eviction issues, there is a housing code which prescribes how the structures should be and the facility itself. And as a result of that, we were unable to evict even where ordinarily we should evict. purely because we would have fallen into the space of the section 47 and fallen into the space of Blue Moonlight. And of course, by extension, fallen into the other issue of how the structure should be. Then we then devise a strategy to look at the buildings. And in implementing the strategies, we then realized that there will be challenges in terms of the declaration of the buildings to be unsound and inhabitable. Purely because ordinarily most of the time we rely on our own internal capacity, EMS, development planning, and so forth and so on. And those reports were often than not challenged for independence and for independence. What we then resolved to do is to get an external engineer's report, profiling and making a determination on the status of the building. Where the building is found to be inhabitable and unsafe, then when we do an application to court, we will not be going for eviction. We'll be going for a declarator to confirm that indeed this building is unsafe and inhabitable. And then once you've gotten that declarator from the court, then the resultant effect of that is an evacuation. When you are evacuating, and in fact, if I can make reference to one of the matters where we were, I think it's the Delvas matter, where the building just not far from Usindiso had burnt down. But part B was not or did not burn down. So when we did that application, the issue of the evacuation came up, and we engaged together with Siri. We engaged that we will have to evacuate these people to the tents and so forth. And that's where even the remarks of the sitting judge there was that after the inspection is to say that the people are better off in the bush than in that building. And therefore confirmed the order which authorized the city to can place the people or the occupants in tents, provide your ablution facilities and fresh water.
Bese cela ke umnumzana uMnyanda ukuthi akathi ukuchaza umehluko ngoba phela uke wakhuluma ufakaza ukuthi kunomehluko phakathi kwe-eviction kanye ne-evacuation. Ngakho akakachaze lamagama ukuthi asebenza kanjani, futhi uchaze nokuthi baye baqhamuka nesu noma a fresh strategy sokususa laba bantu. Ufakazi ke uchazile ukuthi ngaphambi kokuba achaze kuhle ukuthi achaze kuqala isizinda ukuthi isuka phi le ndaba ukuze izokhanya kahle. Uthathe zona ke lezi izindaba ezimbili ezisenkantolo iBloomlight kanye nedladla ukuthi ngezinye izikhathi uma kufanele basuse abantu kuyibhilidi elithile kungakhathalise ukuthi lelo bhilidi ibhilidi elisesimweni esihle noma alikho esimweni esihle, kodwa uma nje kufanele abantu babakhiphe kufanele babafunele indawo yesikhashana abazokhosela kuthiwa lokhu kuyimithetho esuke ibekiwe ukuthi kufanele ibe njalo ngoka section 47 ebizwa ukuthi housing code, ukuthi kufanele abantu uma ubasusa uqiniseke ukuthi ubabeka endaweni ephephile yesikhashana abangakwazi ukuhlala kuyona, okuyiyona ebaholele ekutheni baze babe nodaba lweBloomlight kanye nolwedladla lapho kwase kufanele bahlukanise khona abantu. Manje bekulokhu kuyingqinamba ke ngempela ukutholela abantu enye indawo yesikhashana. Ngakho istrategy abaye baqhamuka naso ukuthi uma sebesitholile inasi sakhiwo sikhona, siyazi ukuthi bona basebenzelene eduze kanye neEMS okuyiyona ebhala umbiko ngawo ukuthi lesakhiwo sinjena asikho esimweni esihle kahle, kodwa banquma ukuthi ake sambe siyofuna onjiniyela abangaphandle, external engineers, ukuthi ake beze babhale umbiko bona. Ngakho labo engineer abangaphandle bazohamba baye ebhilidini bese bebhala umbiko wabo, bese bethatha lo mbiko ke bona baye nawo enkantolo. Bona uma beye enkantolo bayokwenza lokhu ukuthiwa i-declaration, ngamanye amazwi bayofakazela ukuthi lokhu kutholwe onjiniyela ngempela kuyiqiniso. Leli bhilidi alikho esimweni esikahle, leli bhilidi aliphephile. Uthi le ndlela uyibayibone ibasebenzela. Ngokwesibonelo ibasebenzele eDelvas kwelinye ibhilidi nalo elaqhubuka umlilo. Nakhona bebambisana neSiri basebenza kulelo bhilidi, labo bantu bakwazi ukubakhipha. Kodwa basebenzisa yiphi indlela? Le ndlela yokuthi bafike bathi bavumelana nalombiko yenza ukuthi nenkantolo uma ikhipha umyalelo wayo, inkantolo yathi ngempela abantu kufanele baphume kuleli ability ngoba kungcono ukuthi abantu bahlale ehlathini impela kunokuthi bahlale kuleli bhilidi. Ngakho kuba lula ke ukubakhipha, ingakho bakwazi ukubahlinzeka ngamathende, labo bantu baphuma bahlala emathendeni. Ngakho le ndlela yabo ibonakala ingcono iphumelela ekutheni basibhekane nalendaba yamabhilidi.
Mr. Malahlela, in paragraph 24 at page 602, you list some of the matters in respect of which the city has been able to get evacuation orders. Perhaps just for clarification and so that we are conclusive on the issue, even in respect of the new strategy, the city is still making alternative accommodation plans for the people that are evacuated from these buildings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ubuzile ke lapha ukuthi ingabe manje ngokwalapha ekhasini 24 uxolo ekhasini 602 kusigaba 24 ngokwalendlela abayisebenzisayo kubonakala kulula manje ukuthi inkantolo ibanikeza umyalelo wokuthi abantu ababakhiphe abantu elemabhilidini anjalo. Kodwa idolobha lisalokhu libenzela abantu ezinye izindawo zokuthi bahlale ezibizwa ngokuthi ama alternative. Uyavuma ufakazi uthi yebo kunjalo.
Mr. Malahlela, is there anything else you'd like to advise the commission?
Yes, Chairperson, there is something I need to bring to the attention of the commission.
Ingabe khona inenye into othanda ukuthi uyibeke ithebenza le commission ufakazi uthi yebo ikhona into angathanda ukuyethulela le commission.
Chairperson, the issue of the bed buildings is not only a City of Johannesburg problem. As early as last week, I had attended a conference in Durban, organized by South African Local Government Association. And the topic was to deal with the issue of the bed buildings and the legal strategies which are employed in across the city. And it is during that, and I was a panelist there. It is during those engagement when we realized that the issue of the bed buildings and the hijacked buildings and the problems faced by the City of Johannesburg are not only confined to the City of Johannesburg, but it's an issue which is a problem to most of the major cities in South Africa.
Into athanda ukuyethulela le commission uyazisa ukuthi le ndaba yala mabhilidi ayinkinga noma mabhilidi amabi akuyona indaba ephelela nje kuleli dolobha laseGoli kuphela, indaba ebanzi. Ngesonto eledlule ubekwenye ingqungquthela ebiseThekwini ebihlelwe inhlangano ezithile ezisebenza nohulumeni, futhi naye ube ngomunye wabantu abanesandla noma ipanelist kuwo lo mhlangano. Kuthe uma xoxo kwatholakala kuleyo ngqungquthela ukuthi indaba yalamabhilidi akuyona indaba ethinta idolobha laseGoli kuphela. Wonke nje amadolobha amakhulu anayo le ndaba yalenkinga yamabhilidi abizwa ukuthi amabhilidi amabi noma amabhilidi lapho abantu bewathathe khona ngenkani bahlala kuwo.
And furthermore, Chairperson, the city on our side, given the fact that this problem is a multidisciplinary problem and it is beyond the city, we were on the process to invoke the IGR in order for us to engage other government departments like your National Department of Housing, Home Affairs, and any SAPS. And it was resolved there that the city should not make that approach on its own, but we should come as a consolidated force to approach the the intergovernmental relation processes, so that at least we could also add our voice and speak from with one voice.
Ukwenezela lapho ukuthi njengoba le ndaba iyindaba eyinkinga engathinti kuphela umuntu oyedwa noma umnyango wodwa kodwa indaba ethinta izinhlaka eziningi ngakho bacabanga ukuthi baqhamuke nohlelo olubizwa ukuthi IGR. Lolu hlelo luzobandakanya yonke iminyango kusukela phezulu eminyangweni kazwelonke, umnyango ka-Home Affairs, umnyango wezangaphakathi namaphoyisa, ukuthi uma sebehamba beyobhekana nalolu daba lwalamabhilidi ayinkinga abahambe sebekhuluma ngephimbo elilodwa bonke beyimbumbe behlangene. Lapho-ke ukholelwa ukuthi liyozwakala iphimbo labo uma bekwenza kube ndawonye, kungabi idolobha kuphela okuyilona elihamba phambili lilodwa ekulweni nalokho.
Chairperson, those are the questions we had for Mr. Malahlela.
Thank you, Mr. Mnyando. Advocate Siminya.
Thank you, Chair. In the position you occupy, you would have familiarized yourself with the terms of reference. Is that right?
Which terms of reference?
Of this commission?
Yes, I did.
Kulesi sikhundla obekwe kusona kusho advocate ukuthi usuyazi ukuthi yini ngempela eyenza kuhlale le commission efana nalena, ubuzile ukuthi usho ukwazi ngokuphathelene nani, ufakazi advocate wathi ngokuphathelene nalokho nje okwenza kuhlale le commission lapha, wathi uyazi ufakazi yebo kunjalo.
Part A of those terms of reference would tell you that it concerns the fire in Usindiso building, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Indaba yokuqala, ingxenye yokuqala yokuhlala kwale commission iba lapha iphathelene ngqo nebhilidi noma umlilo owenzeka ebhilidini Usindiso. Yebo kunjalo.
Knowing that you would have engaged the attorneys of record for the city, correct?
Attorneys of record for the city on,
MNS.
yeah, for purpose of of the commission.
Yes.
Yes.
Uyavuma futhi ukuthi ngokuphathelene nalokho kumenze wathintana nabameli abamelele idolobha, abamelele idolobha iMNS, ngakho uyavuma ukuthi kunjalo.
With a clear intention to come help the commission answer the issues that arise.
Yes, Chairperson.
Ukuthi uze lapha enenhloso nomgomo ukuba azocacisela iCommission ukuthi yini ngempela eyenzekile, uyakuvuma ukuthi kunjalo.
You would have participated in some of the consultations that MNS would have had with the city officials.
Quite correct, some of the consultations, yes.
Futhi ubeyoba khona kwezinye zezingxoxo noma ukuxhumana okuye kwaba khona phakathi kwe-MNS kanye nedolobha, uyavuma futhi ufakaza ukuthi yebo ezinye zazo lezo zixhumana noma ingxoxo ube khona yebo.
Now, you've just had Mr. Poppy give evidence now, right?
Yes, I heard him.
Ubuzwile ubufakazi bukaMnumzana uPoppy khona manje, yebo ubuzwile.
Saying that human settlement was not involved in Usindiso at all. You heard that?
Yes, I heard that.
Umzwile ethi umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ubungathinteki nakancane nje endabeni yosindiso, ukuzwile lokho ufakaza uthi yebo ukuzwile.
So why are we having these conversations about stays of proceedings that don't include Usindiso at all?
I don't think I'm following, Chairperson.
Your testimony relates to stay of proceedings in respect of bed buildings, right?
Yes.
That doesn't include Usindiso, right? Your Annexure A does not have Usindiso.
Yes.
Why are you giving us all that information?
I think when we deal with the issue of Usindiso, we cannot deal with it in isolation. it is a problem which is facing not only in Usindiso but other buildings as well.
U-advocate ubeke esemethulela ukuthi kulokho akuthwethulile kulapha kulobufakazi kuhlanganise na kwistatement sakhe ku-annexure A akakhulumi lutho njengosindiso manje ukufeza kanjani ke injongo yakho ukuzosiza ikhomishani uma engalithinti indaba yosindiso. Ufakazi uthi cha phela ikwazi indaba yosindiso ibekwe yodwa ikhulunywe yodwa kodwa ihlanganiswa nezinye izinkinga ngoba izinkinga zalamabhilidi azithinti ibhilidi losindiso kuphela.
Ntate Malahlela, you know we have Part B which is going to deal with that subject. Don't you?
Yes, Mr. Mnyando.
Chairperson, we are constrained to approach you. The witness explained the context in which he has come before the Commission. During the testimony of Mr. Patrick Poppy on the 6th of March, the witness's name was referred to as a person who has knowledge of the color coding of the list that is a prioritization list. He has come before the Commission. In his evidence in chief, he has testified as to the purpose, the context in which the prioritization list came about. Perhaps to rehash the record, there was a stay application. Arising from the stay application, there would have been a backlog, which meant that a list ought to have been created in respect of the buildings in the inner city so as to approach. Therefore, Chairperson, it is quite unfair on the witness to request him over and over again to clarify why he is referring to matters that are outside of the building that is Usindiso. We thought we should approach you, Chairperson, and record that context.
Yes, Mr. Sminya.
I failed, Chair, to see the basis of the objection. This is the head of legal that has coordinated all of this. So I don't understand if the objection is I can't go outside the narrow remit of his evidence.
Yes. Mr. Mnyanda will allow the question.
As the Chair pleases.
Ubeke eseqhubeka u-advocate lapho ebebuza khona ukuthi lo bufakazi bakhe busiza kanjani ikhomishani ngoba abuyithinti ngempela indaba yebhilidi okukhulunywa ngalo. Ilapho ke umeli umnumzana uMnyandu ecele khona ukuchaza ukuthi empeleni ukuba khona kafakazi lapha injongo yakhe kwakhulunywa engxoxweni ya ngomhla ka6 March ukuthi kunomuntu owaziyo indaba yokubalula amabhilidi ngokwembala ukuthi umbala onjani ushoni umbalo onjani uchazani njalo njalo nomuntu owazi ngohlu okuthiwa iloluhlu olibeka ukuthi lipi bhilidi okufanele liqalwe ngalo uma kusetshenzwa ngakho ubona sengathi akubona ubulungisa ukuthi ufakazi ahlonywe imibuzo ngalokho okunye okungathinti lokhu ngempela abeze ngakho lapha abezokwethula lapha ubeke esechaza u-advocate ukuthi cha yena akasiboni ngempela isizathu sokuthi kungani umbuzo wakhe ungavunyelwa ukuthi uqhutshekwe uye phambili ngenxa yokuthi umuntu olapha umuntu oyinhloko phezulu yena ophethe akufanele nje ubufakazi bakhe kugxilwe kulokho okuncane akwethuliwe kufanele kuhlanganiswe bonke ububanzi bawo ngakho ukholelwa ukuthi lo mbuzo ubuzile yena umfanele ufakazi ukuthi awuphendule nangempela usihlalo ubese nquma ukuthi akuqhutshekwe nalo indlela yokubuza abeqhubeka nayo u-advocate.
Let me start again. You do know there is Part B that we are going to talk about from May, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Umbuzile ke ukuthi uyazini ukuthi kunengxenye okuthiwa ingxenye B, Part B, le commission ezoqhubeka ngayo ezobiyenza ngoMay ufakazi uthi yebo uyakwazi lokho.
And we'll be talking about all these strategies you are mentioning in your evidence, right?
Correct.
Futhi kuleyo ngxenye kuyobe kukhulunywa ngazo zonke lezi zindlela oye wakhuluma ngazo kwistatement sakho uyakuvuma ufakazi lokho.
But for now, you know we are discussing circumstances surrounding the fire in Usindiso building. Correct?
Not according to the brief I got.
Not according to?
Not according to the brief I got and how I should be responding to the question. The letter I received from the commission indicates that a witness came before this commission, indicated and made mention of my name on a particular issue. And that is the issue I'm responding to, which relates to the list. And it is correct, Chairperson, that the list the Commissioner Semenya is referring to doesn't include Usindiso. But I was directed and informed by this commission on what I should address.
Ubeke esechaza ukuthi kodwa ke manje ngoba iCommission ayikafiki kulokho kuthiwa uPart B iseku Part A. iCommission isagxile ngokuqondile ezintweni ezithinta ubhilidi lo Sindiso. Ufakazi uyasho ukuthi cha yena ke ubengakwazi ke lokho akazange atshelwe lokho nokuthi yini azofika iphendule lapha uma ezophendula yena ngokwazi kwakhe uma ethola incwadi imbiza kule commission yayimbizela ukuthi akazochaza ngaloluhlu olulapha ya uyavuma yebo loluhlu aluyihlanganisi ibhilidi Usindiso kodwa ke ngokolwazi lwakhe ucabanga ukuthi lokho afike wakwethula yinto abelindele abazi ukuthi ubizelwe yona.
Mr. Malahlela, the questions I'm putting to you do not fall outside your knowledge as an official of the city legal. Am I right?
No, they don't fall outside my knowledge.
So ubeke advocate sethi ke lolu lwazi noma lembuzo engikubuza wona akuwona ukuthi umbuzo okuyinto wena ongayazi ikakhulukazi njengenhloko yomnyango nangempela uyavuma ufakazi ucha kuyona into ngempela engekho olwazini enginalo.
So you are competent to speak and give answers to the questions I'm asking you.
Quite competent, Chairperson.
Ngakho ngamanye amazwi ukulungele futhi uyafaneleka ukuthi ungayiphendula imibuzo engiyibeka phambi kwakho ufakazi ukuthi ngempela ngikulungele ukwenza kanjalo.
Okay, let's go there. Part A of the terms of reference concerns itself with surrounding circumstances to the fire at Usindiso. That you know.
Yes.
Uyakwazi yini ukuthi ingxenye yokuqala yalo commission inhloso yayo ukuthola isimo esabangela lo yamlilo wosindiso ebhilidini Usindiso? Yebo, ngiyakwazi lokho.
And now I'm going there. You heard Mr. Poppy saying human settlement was never involved with Usindiso building at all. That you heard.
Yes, that I heard.
Ukuzwile futhi umnumzana uPoppy ethula ubufakazi lapha ukuthi umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu awuzange nje uze uthinteke. Yebo, ngikuzwile lokho kusho ufakazi.
So all this evidence we have been listening to that there was no temporary emergency accommodation available for Usindiso people is completely wrong. There was never an effort to find one for Usindiso building.
Come again?
There was never an effort by the city to find alternative accommodation for Usindiso tenants.
Should I respond now, Chair?
Yes,
Please
you may.
do.
Yeah. The issue of finding alternative accommodation is not within my domain. I don't deal with matters to find out alternative accommodation. My sister department does. And I think they are the competent authority which can pronounce on whether there was efforts to find alternative accommodation or not.
Ngakho uma kuukuthi ke alzange uthintwe umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu kusho ukuthi yonke le ndaba ebesilokhu siyilalele yokuzwa kukhulunywa ngokuthi abantu bokufanele batholelwe indawo yokuhlala esikhashana kusho ukuthi into nje engekho into engelona iqinisa kukho nje idolobhe lake lakwenza ukuze lifunele abantu indawo yokuhlala. Ufakazi ke ube esebuza ukuthi angaphendula yini kwathiwa yebo angaphendula. Ube sechaza ukuthi uma sekuziwa ke endabeni yokufunela abantu indawo zokuhlala njalo njalo akusikho nje okungaphansi kwakhe akukho emandleni akhe akukho phambi kwakhe bakhona bangakhuluma uma kuziwa kulokho yena cha akukho angakusho ngayo ngoba akukho ngaphansi kwakhe.
On matters legal, you just told us your sister departments come to you.
Yes, Chairperson.
Advocate uthi usanda kusitshela khona manje ukuthi loza kwenu umnyango onguza kwenu uma ufuna izeluleko ezithinta ezomthetho uza kini azozicela. Yebo kunjalo.
Problem Usindiso would have entailed legal measures to deal with this, with its issues. Am I right?
I don't know if I'm following your question as to.
Whatever strategy that was aimed at resolving Usindiso would have had to it legal as a contributor to the solutions. Would that be right?
No, that would not be right. I don't agree with that statement.
If there are evacuations and evictions, don't they come to legal?
I think, Chairperson, let me clarify something. I did indicate at the beginning that I'm a creature of instructions. I receive information and data from a particular department and I analyze that according to that color coding. And should it happen that that particular property is not within that list, then I will not react to something which falls outside that thing, outside that list. So in this particular instance, I don't think Usindiso would have required a legal strategy from my side, purely because I did not have such instruction or data to react to it.
Ubeke ese uadvocate ethi uma kunjalo kuyaqinisekisa ukuthi indaba yosindiso ibizosidinga ngempela iseluleko sezomthetho. Ube secela ufakazi ukuthi awungichazele kahle ukuthi usho ukuthini uma usho njalo ukuthi uthi uadvocate angithi indaba yosindiso ukukhishwa kwabantu bakhishwe kuleli ability na kanjani bengeke bavele bakhishwe nje kwakuzofanele kulandelwe umthetho okuyinto nina enisebenza ngayo awuvumi yini ukuthi kuyizothinta umthetho. Ufakazi uthi cha hayi akavumi. Isizathu esimenza angavumi ukuthi njengoba eke asho akazenzeli into ngendlela yena athanda ngayo kunalokho uthola iziqondiso noma ama instruction kulabo bantu abathile. Ngokwesibonelo yena uthola uhlu loluhlu lusuke lunemibala yamabhilidi njengoba eke asho ukuthi leli bhilidi linombala obomvu oluhlaza njalo njalo bese esebenza ngokwalokho okubhalwe kuloluhlu athunyelwe lona. Ngakho ukholelwa ukuthi ibhilidi losindiso ukuba wathola wayengalenza kodwa lalingekho ohlwini lolu athunyelwa lona elwaluzomenza ukuba alandele ukuthi ikuphi umbala awulandelayo ngokomsebenzi wakhe wezomthetho.
That's precisely my point. All this time, you know, we are to talk about Usindiso and its tragedy. You know, at the same time, no city effort was ever deployed through human settlement, as Mr. Pope is telling us. You know that.
Chairperson, I cannot comment to that. It's a subject matter I've got no knowledge of, as it would have been dealt with at human settlement and various departments. I can only react to something which has been given to me by the department.
Uthike uadvocate nakho ke vele lokho akushoyo ukuthi idolobha akho lutho nje elwalenza umzamo wokwenza ukuthi kuxhunywane nomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu njengoba nje eshilo umnumzane uPopi ngaphambili ukuthi idolobha lizange lenze lutho lapho. Ufakazi uthi cha ucela ungaphenduli lapho ngoba leyo nto yena akayazi futhi ayithinti yena ngakho alikho izwi azoliphendula kulokho.
Well, let's put it differently. If there was a need to evacuate tenants out of Usindiso for their safety, human settlement would have been involved. Is that fair to say?
Ordinarily, yes.
U-advocate uthi akawushintshe kumbuzo wakhe awumise ngenye indlela. Uma bekwakunesidingo sokuthi abantu abahlala ebhilidini Usindiso bakhishwe bathuthwe nakanjani umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu wakuzoxhunywana nawo, uthi ufakazi yebo ngokujwayelekile bekuzokwenzeka kanjalo.
What do you mean ordinarily?
Okay. There is a process, Commissioner Semenya, in the city. And I've already alluded to that process. And that process is that GFIS does the profiling of the buildings. It then shares that list with the human settlement. And if there is a need, and that's where I'm coming with my ordinarily yes. If there is a need in the ordinary course of the process of GFIS, they would then submit that list together with, which will include Usindiso, to human settlement. And that is when that list will be submitted to us for further processing. But if and it might be well, and I've made mention of this fact earlier on, that not everything goes to human settlement. The other information on the list or the other properties gets referred to SAPS for further investigation based on either criminality, hijacking, or any other criminal element which would be found there.
Ubuzile ke u-advocate ukuthi usho ukuthini mayethi ngokujwayelekile bayebenze kanjalo. Ufakazi uyaphendula uthi phela kunenqubo elandelwayo lena seka abalula ngaphambili ukuthi iGFIS iyahamba iyokwenza lokho kuthiwa iprofile yebhilidi ibhale ngalo uma seyibuya nombiko bese lo mbiko iunikeza umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Ilapho ke ashingena khona ukuthi ngokujwayelekile uma kunesidingo baye ke bona ke bese bewuthola lo mbiko. Ngakho kuyoba nesidingo lo mbiko awuzohlanganisa nebhilidi Usindiso kulo mbiko othunyelwa kubona. Kodwa njengoba eke achaza ngaphambili akuyona yonke imbiko ethi uma iGFIS siyenzile bese ithumela kweminyangweni wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Eminye imbiko iyathathwa ithunyelwe emaphoyiseni ku-SAPS ukuze izokwenza uphenyo ngalelo bhilidi mhlambe kunophulwa komthetho okwenziwa lapho. Ngakho ilokho angakuchaza ngokuphathelene nale nqubo nale mbiko evela kwiGFIS.
Was Usindiso sent to SAPS?
I'm not sure about that. GFIS will be the competent authority to give that answer.
Ingabe umbiko ukhona yini osindiso owathunyelwa emaphoyiseni ke ku-SAPS? Ufakazi uthi cha akazi lapho umuntu ongaphendula kahle ke lapho iGFIS.
But why are you telling us about things you know nothing about then?
Chairperson, I don't know if I'm telling or what I'm testifying on are things which I know nothing about. I'm saying in the ordinary process, there are instances where GFIS refer matters to GFIS. And that's a process which is codified. But now, and I know that process does exist. But that is different from whether the Usindiso has been referred or not.
Ubeke esebuza u-advocate ukuthi kungani usitshele ngento kanti awazi ngayo. Ufakazi uthi cha lokhu yena azokwethula phambi kwale commission njengoba eshilo ukuthi ngokujwayelekile kwenzeka kanjani uyazi ngakho. Uyazi indaba yenqubo ukuthi inqubo ihamba kanjani. Uyazi ukuthi iGFIS uma seyithole lo mbiko iwuhambisa kanjani. Kodwa uma sekudziwa ekutheni ke wayawuhambisa yini cha lokho angeke asho kodwa inqubo nje ejwayelekile iyona ayaziyo futhi iyona ayethulela le commission.
I have been trying to ask you to stay focused on the issues this commission is being established to inquire into. Do you follow?
I do follow.
Uthi advocate bengilokhu ngicela ukuthi awuzame ukugxila kuphela kulolu daba iCommission elihlalele njengamanje uyakuthola lokho ufakazi uthi cha uyakuzwa.
So, if circumstances surrounding the fire and the deaths and injury of people in that building, there is no point in talking about referring the matter to SAPS. It was not referred. Do you follow?
No, I'm not following.
Uthi advocate uma ke sekubhekwa indaba yosindiso ubhekwa ukufa kwabantu abafa laphaya ukulimala kwabantu abalimala laphaya kuyacaca ukuthi lelu daba alizange nje luthunyelwe noma ludluliselwe kwabe SAPS uyakuthola lokho uthi ufakazi cha akakutholi.
Well, let me try again. The reason Usindiso building did not come to legal is because human settlement was never involved. Is that understandable?
According to the previous testimony, yes.
Uthi advocate isizathu sokuthi indaba yebilidi losindiso igcine ingafikanga kwini njengabantu bezomthetho ingoba izange ifike vele kumnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Uyakuvuma ufakazi uthi ngoba ufakazi obethuliwe kubonakala kunjalo.
So I suggest to you it's a diversion to then introduce that GFIS would take a matter to SAPS in certain circumstances. I'd like you to focus on Usindiso building.
Ngakho umcela ukuthi angabe eseqhezuka aye endabeni yokuthi iGFIS biyothatha udaba idlulisele eminyangweni wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ucela ukuthi agxile kule ndaba ethinta nje ibilidi losindiso.
Chairperson, with all due respect, I think if it was required of me to pronounce on certain issues on Usindiso, the letter I received from this venture into and answer things which I was not asked. What I'm testifying about now, it is according to the brief I've had and it's according to what we had discussed.
Ngenhlonipho sihlalo ngithanda ukusho ukuthi ngesikhathi ngithola incwadi engimemela ukuthi ngizokwethula ubufakazi kule commission ngitshelwe ukuthi ukunomuntu oze lapha ngaphambili ongumnumzana uPhophi wafika wabiza igama lami wayesesho ukuthi kunohlu olukhona lokuthi kuyiziphi izindawo okufanele zilandelwe kuqala ngokwalolohlu ngakho ke mina ngizele leyo ndaba kuphela akukho lapha encwadini engichazelwe khona ukuthi ngizothuma ngifika kule commission bese kudingeka ngikhulume ngendaba yosindiso ukube ngikutholile lokho encwadini ngabe ngilungiselele kodwa ke ngize lapha mina ngiza ngodaba olulodwa oluthinta ukuthintwa kwegama lami kanye nohlu lwamabhilidi.
Trust me, if I had known what Mr. Poppy told us today, you would have been on the list of witnesses this commission must hear. Now that you're here, can you proceed? Unless I'm speaking outside, on matters outside your knowledge.
Chairperson, I've got no difficulty in proceeding, but it will be difficult for me to answer things or questions which I've got no knowledge of. Because initially when I started testifying here, I've indicated that I'm going to give the truth, nothing else but the truth. But where I am not clear about an issue, I'm going to put it exactly how it is, that I don't know or it falls outside my competence.
Advocate uthi ke ukuba ubekwazi lokho akuzwile ngomnumzana uPhophi ngesikhathi ethula ubufakazi bakhe na kanjani ufakazi ubezoba sohlwini lo ufakazi ube uyaphendula ke ufakazi uthi ngempela njengoba efungile ekuqaleni uma ephakamisa isandla ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso lodwa yena into embeka lapha ukuzokhuluma ngalokho abizelwe khona akafuni ukuzithola esekhuluma ngento angayazi angazi lutho ngayo ingakho uma engazi akhethe ukuthi no comment okusho ukuthi akafuni ukungena kulezo zinto ngakho ufuna ukugxila nje kuphela kulokho akwaziyo.
The commission spent considerable time in understanding what temporary emergency accommodation is or is not, when it is deployed, etc.
Ikhomishane ichithe isikhathi eside izama ukuqonda amagama njengokuthi indawo yokukhoselisa abantu okwesikhashana njalo njalo.
All the time knowing that in relation to Part A of the terms of reference, i.e. Usindiso, there were never attempts to find temporary emergency accommodation for them.
Kukho konke ekuzwile ikhomishani njengoba beyilalele ikwethulwa lolu daba akukho nje lapho kuvela khona ukuthi kwake kwenzeka kwaba nomzamo wokutholela izakhamuzi zebhilidi Usindiso indawo yokukhosela yesikhashana.
And that's why I started by saying you are part of consultation, at least some of the consultations, where all of this could have been clarified.
Ingakho ke ekuwethulela kuwe ukuthi nawe uyingxenye yalokhu obokungathi konke lokhu bekuyocaca kubekwe obala.
Yes?
There are things which I made mention when we are preparing witnesses. That does not necessarily mean those things are within my purview or within my delegated authority to deal with. And you are quite correct. I did not attend all the consultations with the witnesses. Some information could have been dealt with when other witnesses were prepped. But for this particular purpose, I do not know whether because like Trevor Ramulumisi and others, I was not part of their consultation. So I wouldn't know whether the matter was referred to GFIS or not. I was not part of the preparation of Mr. Poppy's process. So I wouldn't know whether there was an attempt to make the temporary emergency accommodation. And the only time I heard him speaking about the issue of Usindiso, it was when he has taken the stand. And his testimony is to the effect that Usindiso was not in his list, which backs the answer from my side to say, because there was no, the Usindiso was not filtered through to human settlement, it would not have been filtered through to my side. And that's what I'm testifying on.
Ubese ebuza ukuthi ingabe kunjalo yini lokho asekushilo uadvocate uchazile ke ufakazi ukuthi uma kwelungiselelwa umuntu uma izothula ubufakazi kunendlela alungiselelwa ngayo futhi uyavuma ukuthi yena akazange abe khona kukho konke ukuxhumana obekukhona noma ukulalela obekwenziwa kwezethulo ngokwesibonelo uma umnumzane uTrevor Ramulungisi angeke asho alimise ngesihloko ukuthi ingabe lo mbiko wadluliswa yini lapho kwakufanele udluliselwe khona nokuthi futhi ingabe indawo yesikhashana yatholwa yenzi yadluliselwa yini eminyangweni wezokuhlalisa kwabantu ngakho zonke lezo zinto izinto yena angazazi futhi uthi lokho kufakazela ubufakazi bakhe abushilo ke bokuthi bona bathola loluhlu ohlwini abalithola lalingekho ibhilidi Usindiso.
Fair enough. Now, explanations such as lack of space in the city is not one of the explanations for Usindiso, is it? There was never an attempt to look at the vacant space to resolve the Usindiso problems. Is that fair to say?
No, it's not fair to say, because I've got no knowledge of that aspect, and I had indicated on numerous occasions that Usindiso was never before me. Usindiso was never a property which I concerned myself with. And I would have only known if Mr. Poppy had submitted that on the list, I would then have looked at as to where exactly on the color coding that property is. Should I have found it in red, I would have immediately caused a consultation between the two of us to say, for my process, for my legal processes, this, for evacuation purposes, it requires me to go and do an eviction or evacuation.
Ube ese beka phambi kwakhe uadvocate ukuthi ingabe le ndaba yokuthi edolobheni ayikho indawo uyantuleka ukutholakala kwendawo kodwa lokhu akaze nje kuyithinte ibility Usindiso ngamanye amazwi ibility Usindiso akaze kwenzeke lifunelwe indawo ebilitini ingabe lokho kuyinto kuye ezwakala ngokuthenqo ufakaza ukuthi cha ngeke asho njalo isizathu salokho ilokho akushilo ukuthi akazilutho ngaleli bility yena ubuyele ekutheni ukube ibility lalifakiwe kulolu yahlu akhuluma ngalo olunemibala wayeyokwazi ukuthi nanti ibility Usindiso linombala onjena yini okufanele ayenze ngokulandela ezomthetho ingabe kufanele aye yini ebilitini njalo njalo ukuze labo bantu bakhishwe ngakho ngenxa yokuthi ohlwini lwalungekho ibility Usindiso ingakho engeke ngempela asho ukuthi lamazwi athi abazange bafunelwe indawo amazwi kuye abonakala ezwakala.
Okay, evacuation, eviction of the tenants of Usindiso was never considered. Is that fair to say?
The question is when are we talking about Usindiso?
2019, let's start there.
Okay. Usindiso is not in my realm. It's not within my purview. So I cannot comment on that as to whether it was considered or not.
Advocate uthi ke indaba yokubasusa noma ukubakhipha abantu into njengakaze nje icatshangwe uma kuziwa ebilidini Usindiso ufakazi uyabuza ukuthi nini uadvocate uthi ngo2019 ufakazi ubesethi hayi ke indaba yebilidi Usindiso nje ayikho nje ngaphansi kwami angicela ukungaphenduli ngayo.
But I would imagine if there was a consideration for evacuation, eviction, it would have come to you.
That's correct.
Of the tenants of Usindiso. Correct?
Can you put the question again?
If there was a consideration for evacuation, eviction of the tenants in Usindiso, it's a matter that would have come to you.
Yes.
Uthi uadvocate ukube le ndaba yokubakhipha noma ukubasusa abantu kuleli bilidi Usindiso kwake kwaba yinto nje eyake yaxoxwa yacatshangelwa na kanjani kwakuzofika kuye njengomuntu owenza ezomthetho ufakazi uthi yebo kunjalo.
It didn't because it was never a consideration. I.e. matter coming to legal about evacuations or evictions.
It was never a consideration by who?
By the city.
Chairperson, I am commenting in as far as legal is concerned and what I do.
Advocate uthi isizathu sokuthi ingcine ingafikanga kuwe le ndaba njengebezomthetho ingoba vele ayikaze nje izicatshangwe nokucatshangwa ukuthi yenziwe. Ufakazi uyabuza ukuthi ibicatshangwa ubani ukuthi yenziwe. Uadvocate uthi idolobha uma sephendula ufakazi uthi ngicela ukungakhulumeli abanye abantu ngicela ukukhulumela lokhu nje okuthinta mina ngakho ngeke ngikhulume ngalokho.
So a factual finding by the commission that the city did not consider evacuating or evicting the tenants of Usindiso despite its condition known to the city. It is a factual finding that would accord with your knowledge, right?
Chair, again, I find it difficult to respond to things beyond my process in the city. I don't know what other witnesses have testified in their testimony. The only time I came to interface with the issue of Usindiso not being on the list, it's when there was a testimony by Mr. Patrick Poppy. But beyond that, Mr. Poppy's testimony and others, I've got no knowledge of what is happening. So I don't want to pronounce that or comment on the fact that it will be okay for me to arrive at that conclusion.
Indaba ke yokuthi iqiniso elitholakele nobufakazi bokuthi idolobha isithi ayizange yenze lutho ukuze ikhiphe noma isuse labantu kuleli bhilidi ebese laziwa vele ukuthi liyingozi. Iqiniso lelo elaziwayo nelifakazelwe kunjalo yini? Uthi ufakazi uma ephendula kunzima ukuthi awuphendule lo mbuzo, akafuna ukukhulumela idolobha, yena ukhulumela ezithinta yena kuphela. Indaba akhuluma ngayo indaba yohlu lwamabhilidi, futhi ukhuluma ngalokhu umnumzane uPoppy akukhulumile uma elapha. Ngakho angeke athande ukungena ngoba akazi ukuthi abanye ofakazi bathuleni ngesikhathi befika lapha. Ngakho akanalo igunya lokuthi afike lapha bese esho ukuthi idolobha alizange likwenze lokho okufanele likwenze. Ngakho ucela ukungaphawuli lapha.
Within your own knowledge, don't go beyond. Within your own knowledge, would you have trouble with that type of a factual finding?
What would be the finding again?
That the city did not, in relation to Usindiso, consider at all evacuation, eviction of tenants of Usindiso, notwithstanding its knowledge about how hazardous that building was.
Thank you, Commissioner Semenya. In as far as it relates to legal, where I am, I don't know what Jeffries testified and what other people testified.
Please leave the others. I'm trying to make it simpler for you. I'm saying within your own knowledge, would you have trouble with that factual finding?
That it never came to legal, no, I wouldn't have trouble with that factual finding.
Buza advocate ukuthi wena ngokolwazi lwakho ke hayi ongakwazi okwaziyo bekuzokuphazamisa yini, bekuzokwenza ukhathazeke yini ukuzwa ukuthi nanti idolobha liyazi ukuthi ibhilidi alikho esimweni esikahle kodwa alenzanga lutho ukususa noma ukukhipha abantu khona. Uyabuza ufakazi ukuthi kuphi khona, uyachaza advocate ukuthi ngisho lokho esengikwethulile ukuthi nabo ufakazi obutholakele idolobha alizange libakhiphe abantu ababehlala ibhilidini libafuna base kwenye indawo noma libasuse yize lazi ukuthi ibhilidi lase lingekho esimweni esihle. Wena lokho bekuyokuphazamisa yini, bekuyokukhathaza yini? Uma iphendula ufakazi uthi ngasohlangothini lwabo lwezomthetho akazi ukuthi iJeffries nabanye benzeni, ubese ngenelela ku-advocate uthi cha khohlwa abanye abantu, mina ngikhuluma ngokolwazi lwakho. Uthi ufakazi cha bengeke kumkhathaze ukuthi alidluliselwanga akuloluhlu alizange lidluliselwe kuyena.
Those are the questions we have for the witness.
Thank you,
Chair.
Advocate Semenya. Mr. Mgomezulu.
Thank you, Chair. No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mnyandu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have no questions and re-examination for the
Thank
witness.
you. What about Mr. Mnyandu's statement? Would you like it to be?
Chairperson, with your leave, Mr. Malahlela's statement, we move that it please be admitted into the evidence bundle as Exhibit 18. COJ 18. We're indebted.
It is so admitted.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was an annexure to the statement. It is labeled SM1. We request that it kindly be admitted as COJ 18.1.
That was the only annex.
That was the only annexure.
Yes. Mr. Malahlela, thank you very much for coming to give evidence before this commission. You are excused as a witness, sir.
I thank you, Chairperson.
Would this be a convenient stage to adjourn, Chair?
Yes. Would you please just enlighten me what's going to happen after our lunch adjournment?
I am to engage M&S. There is a senior municipal manager who is likely to be here, if not to do the remaining post-mortem reports.
Yes, Mr. Sidumedi.
Chair, indeed, I confirm in terms of the schedule, the city manager was scheduled to appear today, but I had some engagements with Advocate Simia because we got a message from his office about some difficulties. But during the lunch adjournment, they're going to just verify that aspect, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll adjourn until 2 o'clock. Yes, Council.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today, we have 6 updates to present to bring the total to 76 to account for the deceased. I realize that as I commence, you may not have the files before you that we use. May I ask, Temegile must be held up somewhere. May I ask for a short adjournment just to get the files? I thought they would have been here. Apologies for that, Chairperson.
We'll take a short adjournment. Yes, Advocate Moloto.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Commissioner. Apologies for that hiccup. You should have before you two files. The one right in front of you should be the profiles for the unidentified victims. With regards thereto, I have two updates to present to render two previously unidentified profiles identified, and I will also present two additional unidentified profiles. The first update commences on page 7, just behind 70. It's page 70A. You may be guided by the flags at the bottom of the files. One of those, the top one should lead you to page 70A.
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 Yes.
That should be an affidavit that is that relates to profile number 2782, previously presented, completed by a BB Nchangase, in which he confirms or she confirms that he or she appeared before a forensic officer and identified the deceased body as being that of N.N. Nchangase. Page 70B would be a corresponding affidavit deposed to by the forensic officer confirming that B.B. Nchangase appeared and identified the deceased body as being that of N.N. Nchangase. We would request that the update be accepted as an addendum to Exhibit PRU 8. 8, yes, Chairperson.
Yes.
The next update will be on page 80A, 10 pages from that. You may also be guided by the flag at the bottom of the page. I presume that's the third flag, it should be. This relates to a profile number 2786, also previously presented. On page 80A is an affidavit completed by B. Mukwege, also confirming that he or she appeared before a forensic officer and identified the deceased body as being that of N. Sibanda. Page 80B would be the corresponding affidavit prepared by the forensic officer confirming the identification in question. Whilst at that profile, Chairperson, and before we get this admitted as an exhibit, may I take this opportunity to request a correction to the record? When profile number 2786 was presented, which we have confirmed on the record, it appears not to have been allocated an exhibit number. We would request that it be allocated an exhibit number PRU 25, and that pages 80A and B be admitted as addenda to PRU 25.
Yes.
Then moving along to the new presentations on the unidentified. The first one commences on page 260 in the same file. Page 260 relates to a profile number 2815. Sorry, 2813. Apologies for that. It's 2813. On page 260 would be the SAP 180 form, in which a Sergeant Chabalala confirms the retrieval of the body from Albert and Delvas, as it appears. The date is noted as 31st August. And it confirms that that body was handed over to a Mr. D. Tobani. At the bottom, the description of the deceased body is deceased bent beyond recognition. Page 262 would be the forensic officer's acknowledgement of the receipt of the body from SAPS. The condition is described as bent. Page 263 would be the affidavit deposed by another officer in the forensic office confirming that the body was pointed out to a Dr. Moa, who was tasked with the preparation of the medical legal report. The outcome of that report commences on page 264, and below the last alphabet A, just above the signature, would be the cause of death, described as burn injuries. On page 266 is a recordal of a retention of a DNA sample that was retained for analysis in the laboratory. The manner in which the sample was handled and delivered to the lab is properly accounted for in Exhibit VIC1 at paragraphs 3.2.6 and 3.5.14. And then on page 267 would be the doctor's 212 affidavit confirming that the medical legal report was undertaken with the necessary skill and knowledge. We request that the chain of custody documents for profile number 2813 be admitted as exhibit number PRU 26.
So admitted.
The next profile would then commence on page 270. A Sergeant Chabalala confirms a retrieval of the body from Albert and Delvas on the 31st of August, and that it was handed over to Forensic Officer Tobani, and that the body was bent beyond recognition. The next document is on page 272, Tobani's acknowledgement of receipt of the deceased body. The next relevant page would be at page 273, Forensic Officer Ndawonde confirming the pointing out and identification of that very same body to the doctor assigned to undertake the medical legal report. The actual medical legal report commences on page 274, and once more the cause of death is recorded as burn injuries. On page 276 is a recordal of retention of a DNA sample for analysis. Its handling and delivery to the lab is properly accounted for in Exhibit VIC1, paragraphs 3.5.13 and 5.1.1. And then lastly, on page 277 is the doctor's section 212 affidavit confirming that the examination was that he was qualified to undertake the examination. That would complete the unidentified for today. If I may ask you to refer to the next file.
What exhibit number do we
Oh,
allocate for
this one should be, apologies for that, Chair, this one should be, this one was 2813. This one should be, no, 2803 should be PRU 27.
So admitted.
If I may move to the identified profiles in the other file and the comments on page 632. Sorry, page 634. The chain of documents relate to profile number 2741 at page 634. Yet again, confirmation of retrieval of the body from Usindiso shelter by a Sergeant Baloyi who confirms its handing over to Forensic Officer Tobani. The body is described as deceased who died due to fire and burnt beyond recognition. The next page would be 636, a section 212 affidavit by Tobani acknowledging receipt of a body with lacerations on the forehead. On page 637, another affidavit by the forensic officer, Chabalala, confirming the pointing out and identification of the body to the doctor assigned to undertake the medical legal report examination. And then on page 638 would be the medical legal report, noting the cause of death below Roman figure 4 as multiple blunt force injuries. The next relevant page would be page 640, where there is a notation of the retention of a DNA sample for analysis in a lab. That sample is properly, the handling and delivery of that sample to the laboratory is properly accounted for in Annexure VIC 1 at paragraph 3.4.3. And the doctor's affidavit qualifying him to conduct the examination and prepare the report appears on page 643. At pages 644 and 646 are two affidavits confirming the identification of the deceased body. At 644, a T. Bowe confirms having appeared before a forensic officer to identify the deceased body as being that of L. Bowe. And the forensic officer before whom the identification was conducted confirms that that exercise occurred at page 644. We would request that the chain of documents be admitted as exhibit number PRU 46. Sorry, excuse me, apologies, Chairperson, PRI 46. The next profile would then commence at page 649. Yet another SA 180 form completed by a Sergeant Mudanalwa, confirming the retrieval of a deceased body from Albert and Delvas on the 31st. And at the bottom, he notes that, or she notes that the deceased was bent beyond recognition. At page 651, the forensic officer to whom the body was surrendered confirms receipt and describes the condition as completely charred upon receipt. At page 652 would be the forensic officer's section 2 and 2, confirming the pointing out of that very same body to the doctor appointed to examine and report. The doctor's report would then appear at page 653. Just beneath the alphabet A, just above the signature section, is a description of the cause of death being the charring of the body. At page 655 is a recordal of the retention of a DNA sample, and once more, the handling and delivery of the sample at the lab is accounted for in Exhibit VIC 1, paragraph 3.5.1. The doctor's qualification to conduct the examination and report is confirmed at page 657. And then at page 658 is an affidavit completed by a forensic officer, Mashota, confirming that a B.J. Milambo appeared and identified the body as that of X.B. Milambo. In this profile, unlike others, there is only one such affidavit. There is no corresponding affidavit at hand. But page 658 does attest to some measure of certainty as to the identification of the deceased body. We would then request that the chain of documents for profile number 2751 be admitted as exhibit number PRI 47.
So admitted.
The next profile commences on page 661. A Sergeant Khomu confirms a retrieval of a body from Delvas and Albert on the 31st. And the description of the body appears to be the deceased bent. At page 663 is confirmation by Forensic Officer Tobani of receipt of the body on the same day, and he also describes it as bent. Page 664 would be a forensic officer's affidavit confirming the pointing out and identification of that very same body to the doctor tasked with conducting the examination and reporting. The doctor's report appears on page 665, and the cause of death below Roman figure 5 is that it is consistent with carbon monoxide poisoning. At page 668 is a note by the doctor confirming the retention of a sample for analysis at the lab, and the handling and delivery of that sample to the lab was properly accounted for in Exhibit VIC 1, paragraph 3.3.1.4. Next page would be 669. That would be the affidavit confirming the doctor's qualifications to undertake the examination and report. While awaiting the outcome of the analysis at the lab, it appears at page 670 that the deceased body was identified by one N.C. Kumalo, who identified such body as being that of an E.Z. Kumalo. That identification exercise is confirmed by the forensic officer before whom it occurred at page 671. We would request that the chain of documents for profile number 2799 be admitted as exhibit number PRI 48.
So admitted.
And then lastly is the chain of documents relating to profile number 2804. It commences on page 674. Sergeant Mudanalwo confirms retrieval of a deceased body from Albert and Delvas on the 31st. And the state of the body is described as deceased burnt beyond recognition. That the body was handed over to the forensic office, Mr. Tobani confirms on page 676. Another forensic officer confirms the identification of the body to the doctor appointed to prepare the medical legal report. The report and the cause of death appear at page 678 and below Roman figure 4. It is noted that the cause of death is consistent with inhalation burns. At page 681 is a note confirming the retention of a sample for analysis. Its handling and delivery at the lab is properly accounted for in Exhibit VIC1 at paragraphs 3.3.4.2 and 3.4.12. Page 682 would be the doctor's qualifications on oath of his entitlement and knowledge and skill to examine and report. The deceased appears to have been identified as appears at page 683. One E.M. Banda confirms appearing before a forensic officer and identifying the deceased as being that of J.B. Banda. And the forensic officer before whom that was done confirms so at page 684. We would request that the chain of documents in question be admitted as exhibit number PRI 49.
So admitted.
That should conclude the presentations for the day. In summary, we should have a total of 20 unidentified profiles and 56 identified profiles. If I may just address one last housekeeping issue on the record. A profile number 2757 was presented and allocated an exhibit number PRU instead of PRI.
PRU
Yeah, it
number?
was. It should be 2757 should be. Let me see. It should be, I don't seem to have made a note here. Chairperson, apologies. Let me address that when I have the note.
Yes.
Before the close of the proceedings. Apologies for that. That should conclude the business of the day, commissioners. And we would request that the proceedings adjourn until tomorrow morning at 10.
These proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.